Hello everybody, welcome. Happy Thursday. Today we are coming blah blah. Let me try that again. Today we are going to be playing more of the Great Ace Attorney, starting case 4. Hope you're all having a good day today. I am very excited. Alrighty.
What the fuck?
Hi.
That's wild.
Hello.
Yeah.
Sega was just
Hello.
like, yeah, fuck it, go for it.
Because they also had like
Nobody can
I think there's like a-
hear me.
Now,
Hello.
man.
Now we
Now
Yeah, I
you
just
can?
saw you on stream yelling at us.
yeah. Now I can.
Okay.
And I saw like, yeah.
Great. Hi.
Hello.
It's time for case 4.
It sure
You
is.
sure about that?
Are you sure about that?
Yeah.
Or are you sure about that?
100%. The Adventure of the Clouded Kokoro.
I begin to think, Wilson, said Sholmes, turning his head languidly in my direction, that there is more to this case than that which we have observed. Indeed, that there may be another part to this story that we are yet to discover. His eyes wandered, following the steam rising from his cup of herbal tea, leading him to the distant memory of that snowy evening. To the young lady collapsed on the pavement along Briar Road, and to the knife in her back. Lit in the soft glow of gas lamps, a most extraordinary scene had been set. And under the cover of a light fog, the curtain had risen silently on the insoluble mystery of our invisible killer.
Oh, back to Hottie.
Isn't there like an actual substance that's like called the Invisible Killer? My brain said anthrax. I don't think
so.
I don't think it's anthrax.
I think just like poison in general is called the invisible, like because
Yeah.
'cause especially back then it's hard to tell if you got some good ass poison.
Mm-hmm.
Carbon monoxide?
Yeah.
That's what I
Also
found too.
possible.
Yes.
Yeah.
That
Yes.
tracks,
That's
yeah.
yes. I think that's it. I don't know why my brain was like anthrax. It's not. It's not
Same
anthrax.
That's the
thing.
difference.
Anthrax is distinctly not invisible,
Exactly.
which is the whole
That is a
thing.
good point.
Which is
Exactly.
like this whole part of it. It is notorious for what it looks like.
I know. That's why I was wrong. This is why distinctly wrong.
Oh, it was great though.
Oh. Oh, everybody loves anthrax. All my homies love anthrax. Anyway, it's the 19th of February, 9:47 a.m. in the British Supreme Court, Lord Chief Justice's office.
Did you sleep last night, Mr. Naruhodo?
No,
As opposed to what?
not at all.
It was an enormous hotel, wasn't it? The rooms were so luxurious. I felt like we were staying in a palace. Who bought us a room last night?
I don't.
Who got us a room last night?
Nobody?
I don't remember. I don't
No-
think anyone did. We
nobody.
didn't get confirmation.
I don't think
Plus we were
Nobody.
we
last
talked
we were talking
about it,
we
but
we were gonna be sleeping in a park.
yes.
I guess we'll
Yeah.
maybe get the answer to that.
Yes, I think we'll get the answer
Then we
now.
might miss
I don't think we got. No, we didn't have a place to stay when we ended the last case.
Okay, I was a little like fuzzy then. I wanted to make sure I didn't miss anything. With all the gas lights twinkling, it was brighter than day, even in the middle of the night.
What about the enormous beds? After my time on the SS Buria, I wasn't gonna waste a single inch of that space. I spent the entire night rolling from one side of the mattress to the other.
Like he was still on a boat. Oh yes, it really was the sort of night you can only dream of normally. Except... when I learned that we owed £3 for the rooms, that dream quickly turned into a nightmare.
Oops. Sorry about that. The building was so impressive and the entrance so inviting, I just wandered in without thinking.
So you just fucking stayed at a random hotel and they didn't make you pay up front?
In a lodging house in Japan, that's how money would put a roof over your head for a whole year.
Oh my god.
I did try, but instead I couldn't help my tears when we were presented with the bill.
This is when they drop the Susato crying right
No,
after.
she
It came
cried
up-
at the
She's
last
cried.
end.
She did.
She's had this crying sprite before.
Okay. I don't know why. I feel like this is my first time seeing it.
It doesn't come up very often.
Yeah.
It's not Maya where she cries every 5 like she
Right.
like that right is so
Mhm.
common.
I really am sorry.
Well, never mind. We must find some more affordable lodging straight away, though. If we're not careful, our entire stipend will be used up in 10 days or less.
Aw. London is a scary place.
Ah, good morning to you at this early hour.
God, it would have been really funny if it wasn't him.
If it was Iris, it was a totally wrong voice.
And there's like impression. It was just an impression.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
She's very good at impressions.
yes. We. Well.
Good morning to you, Lord Chief Justice. We've come to report on the outcome of the trial at the Old Bailey yesterday.
Susato-san is amazing. She doesn't bat an eyelid even in the presence of the imposing Lord Strongheart.
Yes, I believe you had a very comprehensive initiation into British courtroom practices.
Oh, yes. It was very eye-opening. Thank you.
And in accordance with your instructions, Lord Strongheart, Mr. Naruhodo performed his duty to the end.
Yes, I've already been appraised of events. You conducted a remarkable defense. You may consider the test passed, even though your
Oh.
fucking defendant died in the fire.
I mean, we don't know that.
We don't know that, but we know that. No longer are you a student from the Empire of Japan. You may henceforth claim to be a fully fledged lawyer.
One trial.
Nice. That's all it takes.
My, in these games, yes. My country is delighted to welcome a young talent from such a remote eastern land.
Thank you very much. So, I'm a lawyer now.
Now, in view of your new appointment, I have a fresh case in mind for you. I'd like you to take it on at once. I trust that won't be a problem.
Another case? Already?
Nothing trains a lawyer better than practical experience.
I think you wound that pocket watch enough. Okay.
Nope, we still need to go. I keep missing, and so I have to go all the way back around. I'm sure I don't sense dissatisfaction, do I?
It's just that yesterday's trial ended unusually. I haven't quite come to terms with it.
What's to come to terms with? The man was cleared. What more were you hoping for?
Oh fuck, I wasn't expecting a talk.
Get
I
fucked.
don't even think I was expecting to see him at all. this,
The culpability of the defendant has not at the present time been established by this court. Consequently, the jury will not be required to proffer judgment.
Apparently neither was Levi.
Levi?
Well, Lord Van Zieks, it's been a pleasure, so it has. As for you, my dear fella, I couldn't have asked for a better defense. Big laugh. He did a big laugh. Didn't get warmed up to it this time.
I just can't help wondering if Mr. McGilded really was innocent.
Mr. Naruhodo?
It's just that I never managed to ascertain the truth. And then in the trial ended.
Well, you needn't let it trouble you for a second longer.
Needed to wind your watch again? Sorry?
Yes, again, I keep fucking missing. It's really frustrating. It only goes in one direction.
Alex, I don't think that's how winding a watch works. You're not, like, trying to
You're
stop
not setting the
right
time,
time.
you're making sure it goes.
You're setting a spring to power it.
I thought I was just setting it.
No.
Nowadays, yes. Back here,
Well, for
no.
pocket watches, that's how you had, like, there's a spring you'd wind, and then as the spring lost tension, it would power the watch, and then when it ran out, you had to tighten it again.
Hmm.
What do you mean, Lord Strongheart?
It's a very long spring. Magnus McGilded passed away immediately following the trial. There you go.
There we go.
Oops. He's dead.
Passed away.
Doesn't matter if he's guilty or not. He dead.
No.
Now it's Jesus' turn to be a
What?
judge.
Mr. McGilded is dead? Wait, he said that louder. Dead?
I have 19 minutes and 41 seconds until my next engagement. Time enough to talk.
Okay. I don't understand. What happened? How can he be dead?
What happened?
Wow.
What happened?
After the trial concluded yesterday, there was a giant commotion in the Old Bailey. As you'll presumably recall, an omnibus had been wheeled into the courtroom.
Sure had. Yes, of course. That was the scene of the crime which Mr. McGilded had been accused of.
Precisely. Well, while the bailiff's attention was diverted by some other matter, the omnibus went up in flames.
No.
How could such a thing have happened?
That is being investigated as we speak, but already the police have identified a corpse found inside the charred shell of the carriage as that of McGilded.
That's awful.
That man must have slipped inside as the bailiff's attention was elsewhere.
That bailiff really needs to pay more attention.
I'll come get you someday.
And how could that have happened?
That is also being investigated as we speak. The bailiff went and came and got him, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, the
Maybe
bailiff
one of the
grabbed him
bailiffs.
and-
Yeah,
There's more
maybe
than one
that
bailiff.
wasn't-
Let's go over exactly what happened.
Yeah, maybe that wasn't a bailiff. That's why he had a sprite.
Oh, fuck.
Not a bailiff. Bailiffs can't have fucking 3D sprites.
It's
illegal.
It's the killer from two again.
Yeah,
Why would
absolutely.
this random guy have a sprite? Immediately after the trial, Mr. McGilded did mention going back to the courthouse to look at the omnibus. I think it's the first time I've had to say omnibus.
Maybe.
Who's doing tappies on their microphone?
Well,
No.
I don't know.
Okay, just
It might have been me. It might be me. I was moving my microphone. Sorry.
Well, I must be making tracks now. It is time for the inspection.
sorry. What inspection?
I'm going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be present for it myself.
As an inspection of the omnibus. Not to my knowledge. I don't believe Scotland Yard had any intention of re-examining the carriage.
But then, who was Mr. McGilded talking about?
Never mind that now. The Yard is making a thorough investigation. This matter is no longer any concern of yours. Leave it to the police.
Or Mr. McGilded.
Well, poor, big quotes.
So how did you find your first taste of our country's Supreme Court? It was rad, right?
Oh, well, I don't know. I mean, it was. Wow.
I don't know. You delivered that.
Mr. Naruhodo means the whole experience was steeped in solemnity of Great Britain's long history.
Mm-hmm.
It's really a world apart from our own justice system in Japan, which is only a few short decades old. Judicial system.
You nailed it. That's exactly what I meant.
I just sort of put my hand gently on your shoulder. I got you. Don't worry about it.
Wow. Susato-san has such a way with words.
And you seem to have a way of failing to find the right ones.
Stop reading
Yeah.
her.
Stop
Stop reading his brain.
mind. That's my mind. Stop it.
The judicial system here is the most advanced in the world. Learn all you can.
Yeah, all of them have giant, elaborate mechanical clocks behind them.
The most advanced in the world,
It's a
is
feat
it?
of engineering.
It was fortunate. That your very first trial was a simple affair.
Simple? Stop
Simple?
winding your watch. Stop.
It's a different watch every time. He's got like 80 of them in there, and then he's pulling out.
I think
Simple?
that's verbatim what Molly just said, right?
That was simple?
Oh
How
my,
many watches do
yes.
you have?
it is. Oh my god, Susato's light is what I just said. Jesus Christ.
As I believe I mentioned yesterday morning, it was a trial you couldn't lose.
You knew that McGilded was gonna fucking rig it?
I don't mean to be contrary, Lord Strongheart, but the case was anything but simple.
The circumstances of the case were so incriminating, I was stunned when I first heard them. In fact, I'm still finding it hard to believe that we managed to get a favorable verdict.
Mm.
Is something funny?
No, my apologies. However, the fact is that you did receive the not guilty verdict you set out to achieve.
I don't know if that was really what I was going for.
And that can only be attributed to exceptional talent. Wouldn't you agree?
Luck. I don't know about that.
Well, never mind. You exceeded my expectations, I freely admit. That much, at least, is an undeniable truth. Which is precisely why I've prepared a new case for you that I mentioned before.
What's going on?
I think he wants someone he can control. I think he wants someone that he can use to, like, be kind of corrupt. Like, use someone that has a naivety about the justice system that he can manipulate.
Can you perhaps give us some details about the new case you mentioned? And maybe why you want us to take it, because this is real sus.
Don't tell me it's a murder and the trial starts in 10 minutes.
Don't worry, it's nothing so alarming or so quite as urgent as your last assignment, which was also an assessment. In fact, this case is completely different. Someone wasn't murdered, they just happened to die and someone killed them.
Oh, I see. Did he just read
So
my mind?
manslaughter.
That is to say, no one has died. As yet. I'm going to kill someone, you need to defend me.
I haven't done it yet, so it's not urgent. But
But it's gonna happen soon.
Keep an eye out.
Yeah. And don't worry, it's not you. The trial will not be today. There is plenty of time to research the case thoroughly. I'm gonna go kill Herlock Sherms. Anyway. 23 hours, 43 minutes, and 19 seconds to be precise.
Ah.
Be there or be square.
So the trial's tomorrow then.
Is everything alright?
Oh. Yes. I'm just a little confused. That's all. Yesterday's trial was... Well, it's left me wondering if I'm really cut out for being a lawyer.
Oh, Mr. Naruhodo.
I don't know if I could face standing in the courtroom again after Mr. McGilded's trial.
Ah, yes, I nearly forgot. There is one similarity with yesterday's case. Once again, there is currently no one to advocate for the defense.
Oh.
Yeah, I would hope not. You are assigning us to do it. So I would assume that means there's no defense already.
Fair enough.
If the situation remains unchanged, the trial will start tomorrow with the defendant unrepresented. And if that happens, I need not remind you of the inevitable outcome.
The most terrible end awaits the defendant.
Yes, that's right.
Oh man, I just wanted to make a joke, but it spoils fucking A6.
oh, you gotta send it to.
Yeah, I'll
Somewhere.
let you know.
Wells, what?
It spoils the 6th game.
Mmm.
Here we go again.
Your time is up. You will have to excuse me.
He doesn't measure time by the clock, he measures by how long it takes him to
Wind his watch.
crank them all.
I would advise you to begin making preparations for tomorrow's trial. After all, the clock is ever ticking.
Sure is. The march of time stops for no one, except time travelers.
There is now but 23 hours, 26 minutes, and 39 seconds until court sits.
Last time we mentioned the 23 hours, he said there was plenty of time.
But now there's less time. And one more thing, Mr. Naruhodo. There's something I should like to ask you.
Oh, what's that?
Are you doing anything this Friday night?
Yesterday you remarked upon something. That you intend to see through the will of your late compatriot, Mr. Sogi.
Sorry, I was vibing to the music, sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry. It's just like-
I would be interested to hear what exactly you meant by that.
Ah, fuck, I wasn't clipped in the game.
But not right now because I have a meeting. Goodbye! Inside 34 seconds.
Oh, well, Cosmo always used to say that he wanted to learn how the greatest justice system in the world works so he could change ours in Japan. Now that he's gone, I'd like to work towards that myself. And there's another thing.
You're running out of time.
Well, they keep the clicker going.
I mean, we still have 6 minutes if we're going by real time.
Another thing. Continue.
On the way here, on the steamship, he said something to me. Levi.
There's something very important that I have to do.
Something very important. That was a good impression, by the way. And what exactly would that be? Not that I've ever heard his voice. I just assume. You just sound like a totally different person.
He never had a chance to tell me. I suppose he would have done if he ever made it to...
You're out of time. Well, thank you for an enlightening discussion.
Mr. Naruhodo, what's all this about? Mr. Asoki never once mentioned anything of the sort to me.
Of course he didn't.
That's because you're a girl.
Because you're a tiny baby child.
I urge you both to focus your attentions on the matter at hand.
Yeah. Is he holding a fucking cup of potatoes?
It does look like he just some
He's holding
fries.
fries. He's definitely just holding fries.
He's
Yeah,
got some
chips.
chips.
We're in the
Excuse me,
UK.
excuse me.
Mhm.
Yeah,
No,
you're
I mean,
right.
like, it's like a... It's like
Right.
He's
a
holding a cup of potatoes.
Yes.
Yes, that
I
means.
mean,
That
I wish
is what that is.
everyone should have a cup of potatoes at all times.
I mean, yes.
I've taken the liberty of summoning the police inspector in charge of the case. He'll be able to appraise you of the details.
How long has he been there?
He was
They'll hold
inside
you
the
down.
armor.
So I wish you the best of luck, and bid you farewell.
There's something very important that I have to do. Kazuma-sama, what did you mean?
I wish I knew. But honestly, he never told me. Anyway, we'd better talk to the detective, don't you think?
Yes, you're right.
I hope I'm just imagining it, but I wouldn't say he looks pleased to see us at all. I think he's got a
He also just
book in
looks
his
a
hat.
lot like Watson.
I think this is...
He just looks so much like
What is
Watson.
happening with my... Okay,
Or
I had my
Wilson.
key... I had my fingers on the wrong keys. That's what was happening.
Mhm.
I was like, why is this moving like this? Wait, no! Sir?
He would just eat it like that.
Yes!
No!
Yes!
They didn't want to animate him like putting
Oh my
another hand up and
God.
like pulling it out. So
Oh
like,
my god! He turns it so he can get another one.
oh
Yeah,
my
he
god.
shakes
oh
it
my
so it
god.
sticks out.
No, he like squeezes it to like push another one out.
Oh my god!
This animation is fantastic.
Well, those are fish pieces, right?
I think
the
so.
big-
They're
I think
big.
the
They're
big
too
one
big to
is
be
fish.
potatoes.
No, the big
I
one
think
is
it
fish.
is fish and
literal,
chips.
it's fish and
It's-
chips
it
wrapped
is-
up in a fucking newspaper.
Yes.
Yeah, that's how they
Yeah, that
used to do
actually
it.
is the way they used to be served, wasn't it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that makes
He's
sense.
got
Actually.
one
It
piece
is
of
very
fish.
funny though.
He's got a piece of fish and like potato
I have
wedges.
fish
It's
and
just
chips
eating the
every day.
fish.
No, I think he's got.
Maybe he'll eat the chips on another animation.
No, yeah. No, he eats he takes a bite of the fish and then like the second bite is like a little bit of fish and potato.
Amazing.
Anyway. Could we trouble you? We didn't decide who was gonna be this detective boy.
I didn't. It okay. Then never mind. I assumed that this was Gina's dad, but
Yeah, I mean, we got everybody filled in like because I don't think he's gonna be in court all that much anyway, right? So I think for me it would make
that
sense
tracks. Yeah.
because we have everybody else's. Yeah, we got Shasta being, Holmes, excuse me. What do you think?
Ah!
You can't have two detectives. Not allowed.
Lovely weather. Isn't it?
He doesn't munch.
What's the weather got to do with anything?
Ah!
Skills?
Listen to me, you young Japanese upstart. Some frippery about the weather doesn't get every English gent eaten out of your hand, you know? Some frippery.
But Sasata-san told me it was foolproof.
I'm a busy man. Very busy man.
God damn, that's so violent.
I love the way his mouth moves.
There's a crime scene to investigate, but I'm here having to give a like to you to talking to.
Oh, I'm ever so sorry.
Can you imagine what the other officers there will be saying? You haven't seen Gregson anywhere, have you? Nah, he's too busy with the big wigs these days.
Gregson.
Gregson.
Is that his first name or his last name?
That's his whole name.
Greg's son.
Gregson G. Gregson.
No, because of some bumpkin who's here on a jaunt from a country I never even heard of.
Greg G. Gregson.
Hear that ripping sound? That's my reputation at the yard going to tatters.
Are you sure it's not you, ripping the back of your jacket open after violently eating your fish and chips? You don't need to rip us apart as well.
I don't believe we've been introduced.
Please save us, Sasata-san.
This is Mr. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, a defense lawyer.
Eh?
It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I'm Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant. So,
Sus.
Sus.
Eh? Is it picking me up when I do the,
Yes.
the,
Yes,
the vocalizations as him?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yep.
lovely weather we're having today, isn't it? I'm gonna say it too, because I'm more charismatic than you.
Literally, yeah.
Ryu's got,
You
like,
see, he's not upset.
he's got like a 6 in charisma.
Ouch. I'd give him like a 9. You know, he does pull off some good stuff in court. It is unseasonably fine, I grant you. London winters don't see a lot of sunshine.
What is your name?
Unbelievable.
Gregson.
Gregson!
First and last.
Unbelievable.
Gregson G. Gregson, I'm standing by that.
Alright.
How did she pull that off?
So, Lord Strongheart has asked me to fill you in on the case. The name's Tobias Gregson. Inspector Gregson to you, from Scotland Yard.
That's a great
Is that a-
name.
That's
It's
a good name, yeah.
name. I actually really like it.
Mm-hmm.
That's a good name.
Good name, good name.
Gregson! Inspector Gregson?
What's the matter with Sasata-san?
I'm easily starstruck.
Yeah, right?
He shows up in the Sholmes books.
The Sholmes novels. That's my guess too. I think this is going to be the equivalent of Lestrade.
Yeah.
but the fact there's a different character named Lestrade is significantly funnier.
Yes. Does this detective's name mean something to her?
No, she just likes good names.
Inspector, are you perhaps the Inspector Gregson?
Wait, did you say you're playing Dark Souls 3 on Twitch, Molly?
Rip.
Oh yeah, you are playing Dark Souls.
Hi, Pezza. Thanks for the.
This is
pointing
Dark.
that out.
There's an intermission of Dark Souls that looks like this.
Yes, exactly.
It's real fun.
Thank
There's
you,
a fucking
Frazzo.
Go boss.
There's a whole fight in Bloodborne that is exactly this location.
And there's
Yes.
just Gregson standing in a
That's
corner, just nomming down on.
That's
Yeah,
true.
we're
That's
fighting.
true. That is canonical and factual, and nobody better fucking say a goddamn thing, because it's true.
If you stand close enough to him, like he like throws away like a piece of potato,
Gets
you
called
restore your
back.
health. Yeah.
You don't have to crush your blood. You're acting like you know this
Lady
man,
Maria,
Mrs.
who is this
Sato.
man?
But-
She's like, I don't know.
He's a London detective.
I do know him. Very well, in fact.
Very well?
Yes, he features prominently in the adventures of Sherlock Holmes.
Oh, in that publication. What's it called again? Rants Magazine?
That's right. Inspector Gregson and Mr. Sholmes enjoy a wonderful friendly rivalry.
So he is
Really?
the Lestrade in.
AKA,
in
they're
the-
fucking.
Yes.
You rival the great Mr. Sholmes. That's incredible.
Well, I don't know about that.
I like this guy's like facial expressions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like his complete lack of chin.
Right,
Yes.
like the body type different.
He is
Yeah.
a thumb man.
Thumb man.
Yes.
I appreciate
Mr.
it.
Sholmes isn't a professional like myself, of course, but he does come up with the goods from time to time.
Mr. Sholmes is equally complimentary about you, Inspector. Isn't he? You've earned his highest praise. Gregson is the pick of a bad lot of all the Scotland Yarders. Those are his own.
It's not.
So he's backhanded insulted.
Oof.
It's real funny though.
That's rough. That's his highest praise?
Well, Mr. Sholmes isn't particularly known for giving compliments, you see.
He is not, and thanks to this magazine, my name's known all over London town now.
That's great, isn't it?
I have to admit that, to start with, I was a little, well, flattered by all the attention. Everyone wanted to shake my hand, and my reputation at the yard went through the roof.
Well, that's wonderful.
No, it is not! There's nothing more sinister than the man on the street! People are always looking at me now. They're whispering rumors about me under their breath, I'm sure.
A little paranoid, are we, Gregson?
Look at him squeezing that,
Rumors?
getting oil all over his hands.
Gripping food with force.
Yeah. Love that Twitter.
Are you quite sure?
I thought that was a quote.
He's changed since he started appearing in those stories. The fame's gone to his head. Stuff like that.
Gosh, do you really think people are saying such mean-spirited things about you?
Like I said, they whisper. So I can't exactly catch what they're saying. Catch what they're saying. But I know what folk are like. Catch. I'm sure that's what they're saying. I'm sure as eggs is eggs.
Okay. I get the feeling this detective could be very hard work.
Oh dear. Perhaps a sudden rise to fame does change people.
The case.
So,
It on it like I know it's a notebook. It kind of looks like just like a bar of chocolate, like stuck into his.
yeah. He's just like this fucking prick in his hat. About the case that the Lord Chief Justice mentioned before?
Hawk, it's a... Nothing to tell, really. As far as we're concerned about at the yard, couldn't be simpler.
That means it's super, super fucking complicated.
Yeah, but no one's dead yet.
Yes.
Oh dear. That probably means...
Oh my god!
Oh, I think I know what case this is! Sorry, I've seen one screenshot of it. Okay, I'm really excited, actually. But as far as we're concerned as lawyers, it couldn't be more complicated.
Has someone
Damn,
been
I'm fucking
poisoned
on
and
a
we're
roll.
dying?
Yeah.
That's what they mean by silent killer. Like someone has been, someone is going to die because of some kind of poisoning.
In the open card, this person was stabbed in the back.
The silent killer.
The silent killer in the
Nice.
opening card was at least referring to someone who disappeared.
Someone who killed quietly.
Yeah.
Someone who has a really good stealth score.
Real good sneaking. I got stealth 100. I wish you were wrong about that. But I have a nasty feeling you're right. Maybe they were poisoned and then they were stabbed.
A young woman was walking along the pavement on Briar Road when she was stabbed from behind.
Well,
So someone is
this
dead.
is this a Ripper reference?
Fortunately, it wasn't fatal, but she's still laid up in the hospital, unconscious. So she is
I
alive,
think-
sorry.
I think all the cases are like home stories.
They're close to. I think like there's certain parts of them that line up, but I think for the most part it's just the name. Unless the next case has something to do with fucking ghost dogs.
I think everything's had like, I think the opening quotes, because I remember like the Speckled Band, that was pretty much straight out of.
Yeah, I think the opening stuff is directly from Sherlock Holmes novels, but I think they're more like they're more like we're gonna use kind of that part of it to inspire our cases and not the full case.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
That's despicable. What sort of coward would attack the poor woman from behind?
I suppose you would have finished on whoever it was off with a Susato takedown, would you?
Yes. That is neither here nor there, Mr. Naruhodo.
Brace yourself, Rinosuke. You've angered her now.
You're so cute.
Anyway, after something of a whirlwind investigation, the criminal was arrested.
Ah.
He barely had time for a cup of tea after the incident took place, to be honest.
So there must have been something left at the scene that led you directly to the culprit.
Or perhaps a reliable witness who recognized this person in question?
Oh, the answer to both of those is gonna be nope.
Let me stop you right there. Wasting your time on this one.
Sorry?
There's nothing you can do. There's no way to help the bloke now.
Why ever not?
Simple.
He confessed. Oh.
The prosecutor that's been assigned to the trial tomorrow is Lord Baroque Van Zeeks.
This is still feels like Strongheart being like he can be the anti-Van Zeeks now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And now that we've
No!
had two in a row.
No! No!
It's possible Van Zeeks was originally like his guy that he kind of controlled, and now Van Zeeks is kind of going out on his own and doing his own thing and being
There's been the 5-year break.
yeah.
No!
It's just out of his grasp now.
Yeah, and so now he needs someone specifically to combat him.
No!
Why are you knowing?
Because Ryunosuke was no.
Does Ryunosuke node?
Oh.
Sounds like you've heard of him then.
Oh.
Oh yes, we are very familiar with Lord Von Zeeks. believed to be the harbinger of death itself.
The Reaper of the Bailey. Lord Barak von Zeeks, who we faced in court only yesterday.
Mr. McGilda told us about him before the trial, didn't he?
Ah, fuck. God, it's so... Why white?
Who's saying this?
McGill did.
Oh! When Von Zeke stands for the prosecution, they call the accused his sacrificial lambs. Sexy hen. And in every single trial in which he's been prosecutor, the accused has been damned.
What if he just did the like hand down, the limp wrist?
He's, you know.
This Reaper of the Bailey nickname. I suppose he's earned that because every defendant he advocates against is found guilty. Is that it? Or they die mysteriously.
Well, not anymore.
Cat voice eats right now.
Yeah. Well, if that's the case, we should inform you, Inspector, that in yesterday's trial against Lord Von Zeeks, Mr. Naruhodo secured a verdict of not guilty.
And then Mr. McGilda died.
I mean, he got, like, murdered, but whatever.
What of it?
Oh! Well, I think... That means even against the Reaper of the Bailey, it's not impossible to save the defendant.
Well...
Now, you really don't have a clue, do you?
What do you mean?
What happened to that bloke in the end, eh? He's dead.
Oh my god.
Ah.
Magnus McGilda became a cropper in that omnibus when it went up in flames. So you can't rightly say that you saved the defendant, can you?
What? What are you saying?
Look, if Van Zeeks could get the dirt to stick on everyone, he'd be a miracle worker. But that's not how it goes. He doesn't work miracles.
Oh.
He works magic. Black magic. Now, I'd have a good, long think about that, if I were you. It's okay, I'm Japanese, I do magic too.
That?
According to everyone here, I do magic too, so it's fine.
Could you have so much
honestly, I was thinking of both Naruhodo and Van Zeek dressed as wizards. Yeah. Like the wisdom side of a van, like the big hat and like the lasers coming out of their hands. Like...
This man just carries around so much fucking fish and potatoes in his pockets.
There are two options for when he puts his hand down.
He
Either he's just like
sticks it in his pocket.
There's potatoes. He sticks it in his pocket. I was like imagining him also just holding it down, like and like them like slipping out and hitting the ground.
No, because he'll put his hand down with the paper cone, and then he'll come back with an empty hand to tip his hat. So he is shoving it in his pocket.
Okay.
No,
yeah.
he has a dedicated like belt loop just for the cone, like a cone sheath.
Where a U.S. cop would have a gun, he's got a paper cone full of potato chips.
Yeah.
full of fish and chips.
He's got a chip holster.
Yes.
Right, well, I filled you in as requested, and I'm very nearly out of chips. So we'll be heading back to the crime scene now. We're still carrying out a few investigations there.
Behind him is a small child who holds it for him whenever he puts it down.
It was Briar Road, you said, didn't you? Where the incident took place?
He's hired Gina to just like stand behind him and hold his chips.
Absolutely would not.
I was thinking more like Iris and a baby Bjorn on his back, just like holding the chips.
More likely.
That's correct, ma'am. And if you head over to the holding cells, you can meet the criminal himself.
Yeah.
think I know it is.
You've branded him a criminal already?
He's as good as shaking like a leaf in his sailor years. He'll give you a chuckle if nothing else.
God, you're such a dick.
He's inmate 53. 53. Speak to the jailer and he'll show you the way.
53.
53.
Inmate 53. Thank you.
Actually hearing the gears.
Mm-hmm. So there's no help in anyone against the Reaper of the Bailey, they say.
Is something troubling you, Mr. Naruhodo? To tell the truth, when I recalled the trial yesterday, I can't stop myself from shaking. The idea of facing the Reaper in court again is... Well, if you think it's too much for you, there's no shame in turning the case down. That takes courage too.
What if the man they've arrested is innocent? You could well imagine he would be shaking like a leaf in his cell. And I, for one, wouldn't find the sight of that funny.
So...
If I'm honest, I'm still reeling from the shock of yesterday's events myself. And I'm really not sure if I'll be able to help this man, whoever he is. But I'd like to try. So, I think I'm going to make some inquiries. Will you help?
Did you really think you had to ask? After all, I am your judicial assistant.
Thank you. So then... shall we?
Yes, let's go.
Oh my god. 19th February, local prison, cell 9. So these are the British prison cells.
Oh, they're ghastly. It feels just like a dungeon.
Yes, and having experienced it in Japan myself, I can assure you that our wooden cells feel a lot cozier than these cold stone walls.
Oh, don't, Mr. Naruhodo. You're making it seem worse.
I mean, it's pretty rank. Apparently, our client is in this cell here. But it's so dark at the back there, I can't make him out. I wonder what he's like. Bailiff?
Alex.
Oh no.
Oh god,
Oh,
Alex,
are you-
you're a chipmunk.
Are you chipmunk again? Wait.
Yeah, that was horrifying.
It didn't even sound. It just was like a. I don't even. It wasn't even chipmunk. It was.
Scare.
It was a chipmunk being chipmunked twice over.
Holy shit. Oh, Christ.
That was the sound of the cell door opening.
That was too quick for that. Oh my
Oh.
god.
Am I good?
You're back.
Hi.
You're okay now.
That was so. I didn't fucking touch anything. I watched some videos about some sheep, and that's it.
Them sheep cursed you.
I know, apparently. Inmate 53, your legal representative is here to see you.
You're getting the hang of that, aren't you?
A little bit. Stop by. I didn't at the back of the cell and show your face at once.
So, if this is who I think it
Shasta?
is,
I think it's Shasta, and I think that's the funniest thing.
I've been imagining this person as Miles, but it could be not the person, and I'm sure Shasta would.
Oh,
be
I
great.
thought it was Herlock.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
always
Let's see.
thinking it's Herlock.
It's not. I am pretty sure it's not.
I'm pretty sure I know who this is.
Yeah.
I'll take him if...
Okay.
I don't care either way. Miles wants him.
Am I... Am I a cat as yet with no name?
What?
Yes.
Calling by a number, it's utterly, unbelievably, unjustly unreasonable. I refuse to answer.
Please.
Mr. Naruhodo? What? What do you think is going on here?
I have no idea. But I wasn't just hearing things. Was I? That tirade of complaints was in Japanese. What?
I fucking knew it. You too, Mouse.
Yep.
I've been, like,
My
headcanoning
friend
this
is-
guy with your voice.
Edgar Allan Poe with Japanese?
A friend of mine uses a gif of this guy, like, do you know how their 3D models, they move their sprites really fast? He uses a gif of this guy, like, doing, like, 15 motions in a row all the time, and I have no idea what his deal is, but I see him just, like, doing, like, a dance.
Excuse me, who is...
He's based on an actual Japanese, or not Japanese. He's based on an actual author. Is it
Yeah,
Japanese?
and
Yeah.
I think he's an actual Japanese author, and they've contacted his family, and the family thinks it's hilarious that he's in this. Like,
Like,
he's
they're full
very
support.
old. His real life modern like his current descendants think it's really funny they put him in the game, and like they got their permission. It's really funny. Shh, quiet.
Miles, are
He
you
needs 2 blunts.
Miles, are you
Someone get him
holding your microphone?
I was for a second because I moved my lap desk too far away.
Okay.
Sorry. I'll stop. Sorry. I didn't realize it was causing issues. I'll stop now. Better?
Yes.
Is that better now that... Yes.
Yes.
Cool.
Yeah, because before it was
Sorry.
like, I could hear the like fingers on your microphone every time you talked.
Okay, sorry, yeah. I was
That's okay.
fidgeting. They're all around. Hiding. I know they are. They're watching, listening, even now. I can sense it.
What? Right. So could I ask
There you
you
are.
who you...
You've come to curse me, haven't you? Don't try to hide it, you're a ghost.
A ghost?
We mean you no harm, prisoner-san. Are you? Japanese, by any chance? This is... beyond my wildest dreams!
Oh no.
I love him.
Am concerned?
Forgive me for that outburst before, I'm so sorry.
It's fine. We were just a little surprised, that's all.
Imagine it!
Oh.
It's been 12 months since I left my hometown, and here I am, in a frightful fix in a foreign land. And so hearing the sweet, sentimental tones of a compatriot's voice here in this damp, dark hellhole was a, most monumentally moving moment.
What is he?
Fucking genius is what he is.
Who could have guessed that this new client Lord Strongheart assigned to us would turn out to be a fellow Japanese? That's what we're commenting on.
What compassion my fellow countrymen show.
I feel lightheaded.
Dispatch a first-class lawyer all the way from Japan to defend a mere foreign student.
Student?
Noble, nurturing, never failing Nippon. What the what is happening?
A first-class lawyer? Oh dear. I think there's been something of a misunderstanding here.
I wonder, would you be so kind as to tell us what's happened? How would we have gotten here? That fast? Why you've been detained as a suspect, for example? Yes, I can. I will. Shan't stay sullen and silent. Like that. I'm not sure I understand what he means, but he seems happy.
Yes, he does. I just hope he actually has a good reason to be. Thank you for your cooperation. I am a lawyer, as you said. My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
And I am Naruhodo-san, judicial assistant, Susaru Mikotaba. I am a visiting student sent here by our government. Notoriously named Natsume, Soseki Natsume.
You good, Molly?
I love how drawn on everything about his face is.
His eyes are just so expressive. It's genuinely funny.
Just watching Molly like process in
like,
her cam.
It's like his eyes and his eyebrows like weren't taken from the sketch phase. They were just kind of left there and put on the character model, which is very fun.
That's a good way to describe it. The eyebrows especially.
Soseki Natsume-san. What an unusual name.
Call me Soseki, please. I'm a poet, you see. A writer of haiku. It's something of a nom de plume.
A nom de plume? You mean an alias? I was gonna say, that sounds like a fake-ass name.
That's right, Naruto-san. Naruto-san. I said
Just say
Naruto-san.
Naruto.
I saw Naruhodo and Susato and got Naruto.
You know? You got it. I was gonna say,
exactly,
like, the reason I was having a face journey and was quiet for a really long time was like, this sounds like a name someone who doesn't understand how Japanese names work chose a Japanese name.
Right. Except it's his actual name, right?
No, he just said it's an
And,
alias.
did Right, but it's like the actual alias?
Born this February 1867, Natsume Soseki was a Japanese novelist.
Yeah. So that was the actual name he used then.
His
Interesting.
birth name was Natsume Konosuke.
Ah, okay. So there we go. So, I mean, it is
yeah.
made up then.
Yeah. No! Don't be so prosaic. It's much more refined than that.
Constipated.
Haiku. That really reminds me of home.
Did I hear you say that you were a visiting student sent over here by the government? Yes, that's right. A year ago, I was told to go and study English. First, I had to suffer that misery, and now this. It's beyond the pale.
Suffer that misery? Did you not want to study here?
No, I mean, I've had an interest in Great Britain for some years, of course.
Oh.
What? Just because the government tells you to do something doesn't mean you can do it? No. What do you mean? If they told me to study English literature, that I could have understood. That's my field.
Bessie, what the fuck are you talking about?
But no, they told me to study the English language. Utterly, unbelievably, unjustly unreasonable.
Don't you need to know English to study English literature? I see.
Only the other day, I was told to send a report about my first year here. I tendered a blank piece of paper. Wise words on white washi.
Oh, I'm so exhausted.
I am energized.
I am confused. You must be a man of great standing. Oh, yes. So I'm often told.
And often like to be told, it seems.
Oh, interesting. Sorry, I'm on this guy's Wikipedia page. In 1900, the Japanese government sent Soseki to study in Great Britain as Japan's first Japanese English literary scholar.
Ah.
It was like, the time frame isn't quite right, because I think this is meant to be the 1880s, and he was sent in 1900, but still really cool. Yeah. Still a cool, like, way to
Fun facts.
Add something like that.
Yeah.
Could you perhaps tell us exactly why you've been arrested, Soseki-san? I didn't do it! I didn't commit that atrocious murder!
Well, she's not dead.
Murder? Oh, no. It's alright. The woman didn't actually die, did she? She was stabbed with a knife right before my eyes!
Before your eyes? You mean you saw the attacker? No.
I didn't see anyone.
What?
If I'd seen the person who did it, do you think I'd be locked up in here?
Maybe.
Oh dear. It seems this case is becoming rather complicated. Why me? Why me? Why did that silly woman have to get stabbed in front of me? It's the curse of London. It's incredibly, inexcusably, irritatingly inconvenient.
So, Soseki-san was there at the scene, but he didn't see the attacker.
It's vital we find out more about the case.
Oh my god, I just want to be done talking to this man.
Hey,
A cursed evening, just after the snow had started to clear and heavy with fog.
why don't you like him?
I don't dislike him, I'm just exhausted.
I like them. There's always a point in Ace Attorney games where you're just like, all right, can
I've
we move
had
on,
enough.
please? Like, even if you love the characters,
Yeah.
I feel like we always talk to characters for too long, like constantly. I'm always waiting for the conversations to end.
In the bookshop to buy some books, and I was on my way back to my accursed lodgings.
Are you like kind of whispering, Miles? I feel like you keep getting quieter. And I can't turn
Sorry,
you
I
up
think I
any
hear someone
further.
outside my window.
He doesn't want to yell, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I hear someone out my window. But I'll try to be a little louder. I'd been to the bookshop to buy some books, and I was on my way back to my accursed lodgings.
Sure the bookshop wasn't accursed too?
As I was walking about along that accursed pavement, I could make out the sole silhouette of another ahead of me. A woman wearing a green overcoat she was. And just as I went to overtake her,
Dead.
suddenly let out a little scream and collapsed onto the cold, hard slabs of stone at my feet. I like how this guy talks, like,
Oh,
flowery.
look at him.
How terrible.
No, it's Susato.
Oh, how terrible. sorry, they're both me. I called out to the woman, but she didn't move. It was like a ghostly, ghoulish, grim graveyard.
Slight exaggeration there, perhaps?
I was terrified. I had to get away from there. Oh, so you ran. So I ran. I ran as fast as my legs would carry me back to my accursed lodgings.
Well, that's not good.
They'll say it was shameful, I know, to run away like that.
Well, they'll say it's incriminating. That's why you're in jail.
Tell me, Sasaki-san, was the victim an acquaintance of yours? Don't be ridiculous. Do you think I know any of these fair-haired English and young women like that? I'm diffident, shy, timid, unsure. I can't talk to people.
I can see
Miles,
that.
every time you talk, you hit your mic. I don't know how.
Am I?
Yeah, your
it's
mic
very constant
wobbles.
and jittery.
Okay, I'm gonna read. Hold on, give me 1 second. If this happens again, please let me know because I can't hear it. So like, if it's happening, I
Right.
don't know about it.
I see. A young woman unknown to Saseki-san. And at the time it happened, who else did you see nearby? Did anybody pass you?
Regrettably, apart from myself and the woman, I didn't see a soul.
No one. Oh, great.
So the victim was unknown to you, and there was no one else on the street at the time. That creates something of a conundrum, doesn't it?
What conundrum?
Is that better, by the way?
Yes.
Much better.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had it on, like, I've been switching to put my mic on my lap desk so I could sit with my back better, but I think this guy's voice makes me really, like antsy, and so I was messing with it when I normally don't. Because he's so jittery, I was, like, mirroring it, so I put it on a more stable desk, and it should be better.
Yes, it does sound better. What do you mean, Susato-san? What's the conundrum?
Well, if what Soseki-san has told us is true, there's something I can't explain. How did a woman get stabbed? He said he didn't know the victim, and that there was no one else at the scene. Then, he apparently fled without having been seen.
Oh, so how did Scotland Yard track him down as the culprit?
Oh, yeah. I did!
But if that's
But
the case,
if that's... Let's see.
surely this man has to be the culprit?
Ah! You! What did you just say?
Okay. Is the blue text me mumbling out loud? Everybody reacts to the blue text.
That's weird. That usually it's just your assistant who can hear you, but I guess he mumbled.
Management with his eyes.
I've been assuming that blue text was thoughts, internal, but everybody reacts to my fucking blue text.
I think it varies.
It's
However,
Nothing. I didn't say anything.
yeah. See, he thought too hard.
Perhaps I thought that a little loudly.
Actually, that's not what was troubling me. What I was thinking was, how did Soseki-san actually come to be arrested?
Sorry?
He didn't touch the victim, and there was nobody at the scene to see him. So how did the police ever discover that he was there in the first place?
Oh, yes. She's right. Sasaki.
It was him. That accursed great detective. He led the police to me.
Oh,
And it all
Sholmes.
comes together.
There
It
he
all
is.
makes sense now.
There's
yeah.
Here comes the boy.
What was the 2 times we've seen Sholmes and him accusing a Japanese man?
Yeah, Sholmes, what the fuck, man?
What the fuck, man?
Hello, boy.
Of all the bad luck.
Here's
He's gonna be like
how-
hanging on the ceiling in this dude's cell.
I was just about to say that.
Please.
A cursed great detective. Could it be?
I shall never forget that man's name as long as I live.
Then he says the wrong name.
With his haughty laugh and his self-proclaimed greatness. Brash, big-headed busybody, be gone. May you be cursed till the end of your days. Herlock Sholmes.
Hairlock.
Hairlock Sholmes.
Herlock
yeah.
Sholmes.
He's German.
Everybody's gonna make him German, and that's great. It's what he deserves.
I honestly like that they found a way to use the fact they changed his name to make like a bunch of other unrelated jokes. Like that doesn't work with Sherlock Holmes. Like I like that is a joke that only works with Herlock.
They got mileage out of it.
Yeah.
I knew it. Fucker.
That fucker.
That fucker.
Mr. Mr. Sholmes?
Oh, Jesus.
He
He's the
made it
defendant.
seem like so epic and shit.
Well, I didn't expect to hear that name from this man's lips, that's for sure.
It was the morning after that nightmare had unfolded on the pavement before me. I was gnawing on a sliver of hard cheese when some men suddenly burst into the door.
I was eating
some
cheese.
my morning snack, a sliver of hard cheese. They started shouting at me. This is the police. Put the weapon down. It was cheese. Yes, it was a thin sliver, and yes, it was hard, but I wasn't eating a weapon. Disgusting. Dietary discrimination. Devils.
I love him so much.
Guys, so much.
You, clearly had a trying morning yesterday.
And there he was, in the middle of all the policemen, grinning like a Cheshire cat. That... her Hairlock Sholmes!
It's actually just Herlock Sholmes. He's English.
I've since found out that he's a famous name in detection here in London.
In detection.
Yes, the great detective is really very well known. And his overly sharp mind managed to deduce my whereabouts, apparently. He thinks I'm a knife-wielding madman! Me, this weak, stooped kitten of a man!
Listen, if you have to call yourself that... it is a little bit suspicious. I wonder what great deduction process led him to his conclusion this time.
Maybe tracks?
Do you mean to say that Mr. Sholmes' deduction was the only reason the police arrested you? That would be really most unreasonable.
No, it was also your knife.
Well, the thing is, I was thrown into a panic when they barged their way in. I punched a guy. Of course you were. That's only natural. I was terrified and trembling, and they kept throwing question after question at me in impossible English. Fiendish, foreign, flammery.
Well, we are in England. You can't really blame them for questioning you in English.
Good point. But my mind went blank. I knew I had to answer, but I didn't know what to say.
Oh, Lord.
So I just kept repeating things like, yes, I do, and I'm fine.
Oh, God.
And I'm fine! Next thing I knew, I was in manacles. And before I knew it, I was thrown in here. Oh dear. I'm afraid that's hardly surprising.
I asked, did you stab this woman? Yes!
Yes,
Well,
I'm fine.
I'm fine. He's not fine now.
Mr. Naruhodo, Esquire!
Aw, love that.
Oh, you can just call me Naruhodo. And when we're speaking English, a simple mister is more than enough.
Oh, yes. Alright. Yes, they've really got to me. This country is poisoning my mind.
Mm-hmm.
But please, I beg you to defend me in court tomorrow. You can tell them what really happened. You'll do it, won't you?
Oh, his eyes got better. Well, never mind.
Why? Why is it so hard to say yes to me?
Well, the thing is, I'm just a student, like yourself, on a study tour.
A student?
I've defended a case in the Old Bailey. Only one, though. But at this moment in time, I really don't know what I'm supposed to believe in. I'm confused about what justice in this country even means.
Oh, Naruhodo-san.
I'm not even the foreign student who is supposed to be here. I'm a sort of locum lawyer, I suppose.
But that armband! That's the mark of a defense lawyer from our great empire!
It's a keepsake from the man who should have been here. He was my best friend.
A keepsake? I know exactly what they're saying about me. Oh, who do you mean? The lawyers, all the British defense lawyers. They won't defend me. Goodness! Why? Why do you say that? For the same reason as you noted before. When it happened, there was only the victim and myself around. And I ran away from the scene of the crime. I'm not a fool. I know it looks as though I must be the culprit.
It must be very hard for you, Sasaki-san.
And anyway, I'm a student from overseas. I'm just a foreign nobody to them. Someone not to be trusted. I had them openly laughing about me before. In my earshot without any compunction at all. Any trial for this man would be a waste of time, they said. And, of course, the foreigner did it. They even had the gall to say, the man doesn't understand half of what's being said anyway.
That's awful.
They're wrong! I've studied more English than half of the policemen out there on the streets. I've traveled halfway around the world to learn about these people's country and its great history. But no one here wants to listen to a man with a strange accent. They all hate me. So, at the very least, I'd like to entrust my fate to someone who can listen to me in my native tongue. You could do it. Couldn't you?
God, I love the fucking laments. They're so good.
When I look into your eyes, I can see it. I can see what you've been through.
Soseki-san, it's just that... Give me a little time, please.
Hmm?
I'll do what I can for the time being.
What do you mean? We shall investigate the case as thoroughly as possible. If we can find some clues, it will give us a much better chance, I'm sure. Oh, yes, yes. Thank you. I'll be here, all alone, waiting for you. Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. We should be going then, Naruhodo-san. Before this man breaks all of his teeth. We have a case to prepare for.
Bye. Oh, that bike's fucked up. 19th of February, Briar Road.
That's unfortunate.
That's gonna be important, I think. What the fuck is Snowman?
Oh.
So this is where it happened. Briar Road.
The snowman is the killer.
I knew it.
Ah! Look, Mr. Naruhodo! Look at that regulation metal helmet! It's unmistakable! What? The men of Scotland Yard are here! They're investigating as we speak!
Look at that strangely 3D rendered stoplight in the back.
That... Oh,
Sorry,
Yeah.
that's stoplight light.
That's
oh
bad.
weird.
Street-
Oh, it's
street
funny.
light. Yeah.
Street sconce.
That is their job, you know?
But, Mr. Naruhodo, to see one with my own eyes!
Stronts. Also, you've seen a few of them, because the bailiffs have them.
It's true.
They're often depicted in the Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, but I never dreamt I'd come this close.
That's something that was written before the character designs were fully done, huh?
To a real Bobby's helmet!
What? The helmet?
Of course! I have to try one on one day.
Well, I
I gotta.
hope your hatty dream comes true? Oh, hello. Gregson.
Can I wear your hat too?
Gregson.
What's the Japanese delegation doing here?
Oh, Inspector Gregson!
This isn't on the tourist trail, as I'm fairly sure you're well aware.
Yes, of course! We're here to investigate.
So you've been in the holding cells then? What do you make of the criminal?
He's not a criminal, as you put it, Inspector. He's a suspect.
We'll see about that. You Japanese like to stick together, I suppose. Well, do what you will. Doesn't bother me. The bloke's in court tomorrow, whatever happens. And the verdict's a foregone conclusion.
Fuck off. The stone cold air of rejection.
Take heart. London this time of year is full of stone cold air.
That makes it worse somehow. I would like to look around, please.
What a delightful snowman!
I didn't realize the English had a tradition of making snowmen as well. Looks a little creepy, though.
Oh, it is a scarf, look!
You'd need one if you were out in this freezing cold all the time. I wish I had one.
I'm afraid our budget is somewhat frozen at the moment, too. We certainly can't afford a scarf.
Surely the snowman here wouldn't miss his.
But the person who made the snowman certainly would.
Yes, I know. You're right. Anyway, even if I borrowed it, it wouldn't do much more in my neck, would it? It's covered in snow. Can't look at it. This patch of pavement must be where the incident occurred.
Yes, it's a very wide open space, isn't it?
Steal the snowman. Scarf. He doesn't need it. You're right. You're right, you should say it, Nat.
Though Naruto made a good point about the scarf being covered in snow anyway, so it wouldn't be
Yeah.
super warm.
That's true. I can't see anywhere an attacker could have been hiding. Behind the snowman.
In the snowman.
Alex?
Alex?
Oh fuck, they're dead.
God, I fucking did. Oi! What are you foreigners doing here?
Ah,
Oh, just investigating the conspiring with the mustached fella from Japan, are you? Conspiring? Come here to destroy evidence, are you? Get out of here before I give you an...
I didn't?
I didn't...
Oh.
Go on!
oh,
Probably shorting of hiding. Like,
Oh.
tanning your hide.
Mm.
Oh, yeah, okay.
he shoot us away like rats.
Yes, we should give him a wide berth, I think.
But a disappointing experience. Sorry, that's so funny.
Yeah, the cops are disappointing, Susato. I'm sorry.
Yeah. I got bad news for you. They only get worse.
Oh, that's the Scotland Yard garage. They use vehicles like that to rush the crime scenes and cart away criminals.
You're very
I got
well
some of those
informed,
words out.
aren't you?
Yes. It's long been a dream of mine to ride one of those through the streets of London.
Well, just pick up a
I'm
stone
sure you'll
and
be
throw it
accused
through one
of
of the
murder
windows,
someday.
then.
But that would mean being arrested in order to ride it. Wouldn't it? Still, if it's the only way, how am I to get stoned?
There's that gremlin energy. No.
Yes.
I wasn't serious. That's one of the officers from Scotland Yard. The police are making sure the crime scene is undisturbed. I have a feeling that if we wander too close, we'll be clapped in irons.
I think perhaps you're being a little overcautious. We've done nothing wrong, so we have no cause for concern.
Oh no, I'm not getting caught out again. Twice is enough. Twice I found myself in handcuffs despite not knowing a thing about what was going on.
Yes, you've had some dreadful experiences. I'm sure that it's that wide-eyed look of panic you're so prone to. It does you no favors at all.
Ugh. Oh, those windows are broken.
That's a rather typical old brick building, isn't it? I'm sure it's a long and interesting history.
Well, time certainly seems to have taken its toll on the place. It's crooked and sagging all over. In fact, it looks in decidedly worse shape than the other houses around here.
That building is me. Crooked and sagging.
Oh.
We must find some cheap lodgings ourselves as soon as possible.
Yes, you're right. Cheap, but ideally with reasonably level floors.
Oh, a British bicycle! Look! Although, the wheel is so misshapen, I'm sure it couldn't possibly be ridden anymore.
Someone must have been doing some breakneck cycling.
I was hoping he'd say 6 stunts. It seems bicycles have become extremely popular in London recently. There's even a movement of change to change women's dress to allow them to ride as well.
The bicycle fad won't last. I don't see why anyone would want to ride something like that.
Goodness, do you just like bicycles?
No, not at all. I mean, it's not that I dislike them exactly. It's just that any occupation that involves taking both your feet off firm ground seems reckless. If you've ever tried walking on stilts and fallen into a river, I know you disagree with me.
What? Have you done that?
It was you'd agree with me. It wasn't disagree.
No.
That would be a really weird way to phrase that.
I didn't
Yes,
say
but
you'd
also,
agree with
why
me.
have you done? We heard disagree, but also like, have you done that?
Probably.
Are we having a disagreement with what Molly said? 'Cause I can go clip it.
I mean, it doesn't.
I'd
No,
like to hire a bicycle sometime. You could sit behind me while I ride you around.
I'm more referring to the stilts thing. How that's a very specific example.
Yeah, cool. He's using a very specific example. Clearly, he's done that before. Oh, look at the windows of that building there.
Are you sure there are windows?
Yes, but they're all filled in with bricks. It's like Dark Souls 3 up in this bitch.
It is.
Oh, you're right. I wonder why. Perhaps it's an empty property where no one lives at the moment?
There's smoke coming from the chimneys, though.
Oh dear. Everything still feels very foreign. There's so much we have to learn about this place. Some people just like brick up their windows for some reason? That would be a weird sight.
Yeah, it's super weird. The clouds look so big and heavy in the sky, don't they? Oh my god, you can see the fucking... In the background, in like the left, or sorry, not the left, the upper right, are they like making the model Eiffel Tower? For the fair?
Oh,
yeah,
for the fair.
fair.
For the World's
Yeah.
Fair?
Oh,
Cool.
right. Oh, cool, yeah.
Anyway, with the dense fog as well, everything looks hazy.
Well, it is known as foggy London town.
The smoke is moving, Nat, you're right. I can just make out some sort of spire through the fog. It looks like it's still being built, though. Oh my god, Renosk!
Yes! That must be the Crystal Tower, being built for the Great Exhibition that's to open in 6 months' time. Apparently it's going to be very striking, glazed on all sides and the symbolic centerpiece of the exhibition.
I'm real good at pointing things out 6 seconds before
Yeah.
the game points them out.
It's the third time today.
It's to be the largest exposition in history, is it? I can't even begin to imagine it. There are piles of snow on the pavement here and there, but the road itself is covered in carriage tracks.
It seems carriages often travel down Briar Road. It soon disperses all the snow.
I slipped over when I was walking down the pavement earlier. It seemed like it would be far safer to walk on the road instead.
Oh, but you're rather small, Mr. Naruhodo, and dressed all in black. I worry Coachman might not see you and you could be flattened by horses.
Well, thank you for the rather small concern. I think we looked at everything.
Yeah, this investigation music is very A35.
Tell me about Scotland Yard, Inspector. Ever since I read about it in The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, I've been fascinated by the place.
Yeah, the Yard is the most sophisticated policing organization you'd find anywhere in the world, man.
And you know I've always dreamt of wearing a real Bobby's helmet.
It does make them look the part, seeing that policeman there with his helmet on. Certainly get the sense that this is a man who will take no nonsense in his duty of protecting the city.
Oh, yes. Doesn't he look wonderful?
I think he looks silly, but...
Being a London Bobby's hard going, I can tell you.
We'll have to wear these stupid hats all the time.
Knock it off with a snowball and steal it!
Yes, please. Oh, really? I love this spray.
Yeah. First thing in the morning, you know what he does?
Put down his pants.
Goes round and rouses all the laborers on his beat so he can get off to work.
Oh, they were doing the knock on the windows thing?
What? He wakes people up?
Oh, yep.
Yep. Raps on their windows with a long pole. Did it myself going back a bit.
I had no idea.
The Bobby works for the people of the town. It's just another of his duties. After that, he starts tirelessly patrolling the seats all day long. He has to cover 20 miles a day. That's the regulation distance.
Can't really imagine how far that is, but it sounds like a long way. You and your imperial measurements.
Let me see. 20 miles? That's approximately the distance from Tokyo to Yokohama.
On foot? That's definitely taking things a step too far.
And when it gets dark, of course, he has the important job of lighting all the gas street lamps.
Oh my!
Yeah,
One
I'd go for
person.
some fish and chips.
Yeah, me too.
And I suppose in between all of those duties, Bobbies are expected to investigate cases as well?
I have fish and chips for lunch.
Wasn't that good for you,
Bastard.
Alex?
She's so fucking special.
My stove isn't working. I had a sandwich.
Oh, your stove isn't working? I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's gonna be fixed tomorrow, but I have no stove. And chase after criminals trying to evade the law? Just have a fridge that functions, so my food isn't going bad.
Good.
I'm not sure you could call it in between exactly. More like alongside, but yes.
Natalie, you were a Cracker Barrel? Shasta, you better eat more than just the granola bar, goddammit.
I was at school.
Is
I
that
had
all
what I
you've had
bring.
today?
No, I had other snacks, but that was the important one.
Okay.
Speaking of snacks, I'm hungry. I'm gonna eat some crackers. I'm sorry.
They're expected to handle those jobs as well. We do have men keeling over from time to time, I admit.
Okay, I think the funniest thing is like it's hard being a cop. We have to we have to knock out all the windows and light the lights. Like it's not like I think that's such the funniest the way this has gone.
Yeah.
Like, there's a lot of walking involved. So I'm like, you know, that is a long way to walk.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. I've always dreamt of wearing one of those helmets, as I said. I'd always dreamt, like, but it's with a heavy heart that I shall have to relinquish that dream to you, Mr. Naruto.
What? Your heavy heart will be my heavy head if you do.
So you can do all the walking, I think is the bit, is the joke she's making.
It happened around 5 in the evening 2 days ago, just there on the open bit of pavement. The victim, a young woman, was stabbed with the blade from behind.
Is it right that the lady is still unconscious now? You mentioned she's being treated in the hospital.
I never said she was a lady. Truth is, unless she comes around pretty smartish, we won't be able to find out much about her at all.
I suppose that means they haven't been able to take a statement from her, of course.
Here's a map of the local area I happen to have on me. You can take it if you want.
Really? Are you sure?
It's yard policy to give lawyers to defendants suspects the odd bit of information to go on.
I haven't actually accepted the job yet, but still.
Thank you, Inspector. We gratefully accept.
The local map has been entered into the court record.
Anyway. As far as we know, there was no one else on the scene other than the victim and your fellow countryman. Who did it, do you think? Not much of a head scratcher, is it?
Well, I know Mr. Natsume is also claiming not to have seen anyone else around, but...
Just because they didn't see anyone doesn't mean we can be sure that nobody else was present. It was shot via crossbow in the distance.
Fucking slingshot.
I'm sorry to have to tell you, but we most certainly can be sure.
How?
Yep.
How?
Because, ma'am, the precise moment of the stabbing didn't go unnoticed.
Well, that sounds like
How?
somebody who did the stabbing.
Oh, someone in the house?
Maybe,
What?
The house with the bricked up windows?
We have two very reliable witnesses, no less.
Two?
We gotta have two, so we can put two on the
Two?
stand. Otherwise, what's the point of the multiple?
One's the snowman, one's the person who lived in the bricked up house.
He's the snowman.
Oh, please, that'd be... I wouldn't put it past them.
Yes, Nat. This our defendant is Natsume Soseki.
It was a typical foggy London day, and your client obviously didn't see him.
Yeah, Nat, I see what you mean about, like, Susato having bits of, like, Maya and Mia in terms of, like, being a little more, like, wise and graceful, but also being a gremlin.
Yeah,
I
for
love
sure.
her so much.
She's very good. There were witnesses now? Motherfucker. Who are these witnesses, Inspector?
Fellow and his wife, and the man's one of the most reliable and respected citizens in all of London.
Which means she stabbed this woman.
He's a copper from Scotland Yard.
Which means he
Ah.
definitely
Ah.
stabbed this woman.
And that's why they're taking his word
Right.
so
Because he's a
seriously.
cop.
A policeman? That might change things.
And this policeman just happened to be there at the exact moment the woman was attacked?
Nothing peculiar about that, ma'am. Part and parcel of being a Bobby. Catching them, banging the act and all that.
No.
No?
Do you think it might be possible for us to ask that policeman a few questions?
Be my guest. You can ask him what you like. In court tomorrow.
Oh.
I have no doubt you'll be summoned as a witness. So, that'll give you something to look forward to.
That's that then. He's got no intention of letting us meet the man beforehand, it seems.
A policeman witnessed the incident. As your judicial assistant, I must warn you that this could make our job very difficult indeed. I will never be able to say judicial on the first try. Never gonna happen.
Yes. As a non-judicial assistant, I could have warned me of that, too. Oh, yes, one more thing, Inspector.
What?
The person who led you to the suspect. I hear that was Mr. Herlock Sholmes.
What are you bringing him up for?
Was it something I said? The color's drained from his cheeks.
Oh, that's not chocolate. Who did you hear that name from?
Oh, well, it was Mr. Natsume who mentioned it. He said that Mr. Sholmes was with the police when they entered his lodgings.
I'm sure it was the result of one of Mr. Sholmes's inspirational great deductions.
That are always completely correct without fail every single time.
Which is why we need to find him.
And beat him up.
Yes. We gotta
Fatal
punch
foul.
him.
And punch him a whole bunch.
I want to punch him right in the dick and just sort of... Ah!
A man's an amateur, and I'm getting sick and tired of him showing his mug everywhere.
No. Warranted.
I don't know where he gets his information from. He turns up at the scene of the crime. Wanders around spouting incomprehensible rubbish. And before you know it, he claims to have solved the case.
He does do that. Yes, he's quite astounding, isn't he?
Astounding.
Hey, he is a great help to Scotland Yard, though, isn't he?
Gibble gabble. Ever seen this before?
Yeah, we showed it to you like multiple times.
Didn't we talk about this morning?
Yeah, that's Rand's magazine.
The wonderful publication in which the adventures of Herlock Sholmes appears. Wonder if it's gonna be relevant, because it's come up twice already. Like, actually relevant to the case somehow.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, well, that wonderful publication, as you put it, sees fit to include several of the Yard's detectives in its stories.
Yeah.
And the so-called great detective makes a mockery of all of us. If you ask anyone at the Yard, it's a misadventure to be included in any Herlock Sholmes tale at all.
Well, I suppose there is an element of that.
We work our socks off, every one of us, only to be frumped by the public thanks to that obnoxious detective.
Frumped is such a fucking great...
Frumped.
I love frumped.
Prompt is, yeah, agreed.
A man's as dangerous to us at Scotland Yard as he is to all our criminals.
That can't really be true, can it, Inspector?
Clearly, the great detective and the police have a complex relationship.
Oh no, I'm starting to hiccup. I'm sorry in advance.
Huh.
Yeah. That twitchy Japanese bloke goes on trial tomorrow. Are you going to defend him or not?
Because you ate your fish and chips so fucking fast, Gregson.
Yeah, I ate too fast. I got too stress. I stress eat.
Well,
Makes no difference to me. I will just say this. No London lawyer worth his salt would touch that case with a barge pole.
because the prosecution's being handled by the Reaper of the Bailey, you mean?
There's no way to save the man now. It's a waste of time trying.
Go get some water, bro. Gregson, why don't you just
I'm drinking it.
Go take a bite out of that snowman.
I'm drinking water right now.
Chomp.
I just gotta hold my breath for a bit.
You just have to
It is all a bit-
push your
Yeah. Diaphragm down.
diaphragm down.
Be like, hey, fuck you, stop spasming. What's your problem?
It is all a bit strange, though.
Sorry?
The Reaper. He hasn't appeared in court once for a good few years now.
Yes, we did hear something to that effect.
And the only people he usually bothers with are the real scum. The master criminals. The violent ones.
Master criminals?
The violent ones?
That's right. He handpicks his victims. Only deals with those guaranteed to go to the gallows for their sins.
But Mr. Natsume wouldn't hang for what he's accused of, surely.
That's just my point, Sunshine.
Yes, the young woman was stabbed, but it didn't kill her. Couldn't say the intent was there. So this isn't the sort of case I'd be expecting the Reaper to want to sink his teeth into, for want of a better phrase.
Well, it's not exactly a minor infraction, is it?
No, there's got to be more to it. Some reason he's taken an interest.
Really? What sort of reason, Inspector?
You think I can tell what's going on inside the head of that Lord of Darkness?
Ah!
Raised.
You'll have to ask him yourself at tomorrow's trial. Yeah, when you'll ask the prosecutor for their motivations for taking this case
Right!
in the middle of a trial.
Yeah. Are we really going to have to face the Reaper again? The Lord of Darkness, as he puts it?
Hell yeah.
Well, I don't think we're going to get any more useful information out of the detective.
Ryunosuke just jams for a moment.
Mr. Naruhodo, can I make a suggestion?
Oh. Yes? What is it?
Well, it seems to me that we must speak with him about this. Trying to be enthusiastic and my words just didn't.
By him, do you mean Mr. Sholmes?
Yes! Mr. Herlock Sholmes! Exactly!
I heard the fucking, strings come in, and my brain was like, it's gonna play Toxic.
Oh my god.
Hurt Mr.
Heard the
Herlock, so
ba-ba-da-da.
I want an edit now of instead of Herlock's normal theme, it just plays Toxic.
Oh, man. Look at those shining eyes. You can't wait, can you? Well, Mr. Natsume did blame Sholmes for all of this, didn't he?
Yes, he did! He really did! Which makes him an involved party in the case. Are you just gonna ignore that? I hope not.
Trying.
I assure you, it's not simply my selfish desire to meet with Mr. Sholmes again.
Okay. Ah. Can't see. Okay. Hold on. I've got to finish cleaning my glasses off. I can't read. The trouble is, we have no idea of the man's address even. Oh, God.
It's Baker Street!
How do you know that?
It's in these stories, of course. He
Wait.
doxed himself.
I was just about to say Sholmes fucking doxes himself.
221B Baker Street, the most famous address in the world.
Oh. I see. Well, there's nothing to stop us from going, I suppose. We'd better try to find our way there before Susato-san gets any more excited and unpredictable.
Hurrah! I'll summon a carriage!
So we're to have a reunion already. With the great detective, Mr. Herlock
Yes.
Sholmes. Great.
Oh boy. I'm so fucking curious to see what the fuck his house
This
looks
man's
like.
house looks like.
Ooh.
Oh, we got a
cutscene.
whole ass cutscene for it, yeah.
Like how small, like how low quality the animation is because they're far away.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Thank you very much. It's just up there.
Thinking about how this was originally on a 3DS screen.
Mhm.
Thanks again.
You're so cute.
I forgot we have a sword.
The residence of Mr. Herlock Sholmes.
Let her fend, really.
You're so cute. All those plants.
For Iris's research, I'm sure.
Oh, I'm shocked we didn't get like a cutscene of them walking inside.
No.
This is
From the
very
outside.
This is very BBC.
Yeah.
I mean, also fucking Robert Downey Jr. That is also a fucking mess. I think that's just a staple. Is he's a fucking disaster.
You could say that this is very great mouse detective.
Yeah. Herlock
Right, like,
Holmes
I
is
think
just
it's
a
just
fucking...
this is just how Sherlock Holmes lives.
He's just a mess.
Not the
Damn,
not
bitch.
the mess. I just like the fucking wallpaper and like
Yeah,
it's just
yeah.
like it's all I don't know.
Oh, you're right. The wallpaper is actually really similar.
And the fireplace right in the center of, yeah.
Just
I think
like
that's just this Victorian. That's just a staple of the time period as
Oh, I
well.
wonder if it might have been partially that like the TV show Sherlock tried to modernize a Victorian living room.
Yeah.
Oh.
Like,
That
I
would
never
make
thought
sense.
about it that way, but like that's actually the way the room is set up, sort of.
mm-hmm.
I wonder. I didn't think about it that way, but that could be very, very possible.
Mm-hmm.
It's the 19th of February, 12:53 p.m. Sholmes' suite. So this is where the great detective makes his living. It feels surreal to be here somehow. Is it as described in the stories, Miss Susato? There's fucking like VR shot into the wall
Oh, yeah.
at the top left, right, top right. VR. It's like bullet holes.
Interesting.
I would have said it was. It looks like NR to me.
Oh yeah, kinda. Either way, it doesn't make any goddamn sense.
Doesn't seem like it extends out enough to be an N.
It's like kinda.
Yeah, I guess you're right. It is V. I just. Weird.
I can see how you would see N though.
Mm-hmm.
Susata-san?
Many, many famous cases have been solved here in this very room.
Oh! I suppose they must have been. Yes. I've never read the story, so it's hard to get quite as excited about it as she seems to be.
The detective chases the villain relentlessly as he disappears into the fog down an unlit London street. Oh, the thrill of it! The romanticism! Can't you feel your heart thumping in your chest? Can't you, Mr. Naruhodo?
Oh! I suppose I can. Yes.
And we just waltzed right into his home. So if you
It's
don't
unlocked.
mind, I'll just stand here and soak up the atmosphere for a while longer.
She's not a fucking lazy
Swivel that she
Susan.
does. Yeah.
Please don't. Oh, that's not me. Susato.
Oh, please, don't mind me.
She's obsessed. Well, looks like our detective friend isn't home at present. Yeah, this door's just fucking unlocked. Excuse me? Is anybody home?
Oh, it's gonna be Iris,
I
isn't it?
think it's Iris.
Probably. Because we still also don't know her name. She never introduced herself.
We don't know that she's connected to Sholmes at all.
Yeah, that too.
Oh, do we have a visitor?
Yep.
Hello. It is a big. Is it a big new case for Mr. Sholmes?
Hello? Wait.
Wait, hold on a second.
Hold on a fucking second.
Wait a goddamn
How
second.
rude of me. I'll go make some tea at once.
I'm sure it's the same girl. Mr. Sato, did you see the girl who was just here?
Oh, yes. Isn't it truly extraordinary
Not fucking paying attention at all.
to think the King of Bohemia came to this very room to ask Mr. Sholmes to take on his case?
Oh my god. The
Oh, hey.
King of Bowaria?
King Wilhelm Gottfried Sigmund von Ormstein, of course.
Of course.
That's the one with her, right?
Sorry.
I think so.
I'm drawing a blank. Forget the adventures of Sherlock Holmes for a moment and look over there.
The tea's brewed. I have a freshly baked cake as well.
Baked cake.
Yeah, because it's a scandal in Bohemia.
It's you!
I knew it.
It me.
Susato-san recognizes her too.
I kidnapped a child yesterday.
Only a little bit.
Ah, there you are. And taking that with you as well. I was looking forward to the trial run of my experimental smoke grenade launcher. Oh, good day to you. I'm, well, the inventor, I suppose, of that machine.
Fucking like popping sounds in her music.
Right.
It's the girl who turned up at the end of Mr. McGildett's trial in the defendant's antechamber.
I've never met a lawyer from the Far East before. Except I did yesterday. Poor you having to get straight to work and when you only have just arrived in London.
Oh. Yes, it was challenging.
Well, try this tea. It's my special blend, you know?
It's going to fuck you up.
Oh. Thank you. Is tea supposed to look that color?
It's got the heroin in it that Mr. Sholmes likes.
Oh.
Oh my! What a freaking fragrant yet mellow flavor.
Let's
Like
not
heroin.
let's not make drug jokes.
That's his thing.
Yeah, well, and also, like, Sherlock Holmes did use a bunch of drugs, but at the time, it was like, someone described, like, the best way to modernize it now is if, like, he just drank a shitload of 5-hour energies all the time. Like, it was something that wasn't seen as, like,
Fucking.
as, like, socially
Dumping 5-hour
acceptable, but, like,
energies.
slightly frowned upon, but not considered dangerous to your health in that
Right.
way.
Oh,
So,
I
like,
love that though.
in modern day Sherlock Holmes would be, like, chugging 5-hour energies. It's, like, the equivalent of...
An equally hilarious fucking thing to spike someone's tea with.
Yes! 5-hour energy.
She's just so used to making it for Shelms that way. She
And
assumes
also-
everyone likes it that way.
Makes mellow, sweet, mellow flavor like.
Yeah, 5-hour energy.
Hooray! It's a winner! I tried blending different leaves designed to alleviate fatigue, you see.
Yeah.
She did do it.
You must be exhausted after your long voyage here, and you have another ticklish trial tomorrow.
Okay, so she does remember meeting us.
Homemade 5-hour energy.
Oh, and you're to defend a Japanese man. I do wish you the best, lots and lots of luck.
Did Mr. Sholmes tell you about us by any chance?
Oh, you know Hurley, do you?
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Hurley. Mr. Sholmes to you, surely.
Mr. Sholmes is the fellow passenger on the boat that brought us to Great Britain, you see.
Was he really? Well, I had no idea.
What?
I'm afraid Hurley is out on an errand again today, even though he's just returned from overseas.
Wait a minute. We met this girl for the first time ever yesterday after the trial. And only briefly at that. How on earth does she know so much about us? Did she deduce all those things, do you think?
She's just far and away a better detective at fucking everything than
Yeah, she's the
Sherlock.
actual brains behind Sherlock. Yeah.
And perhaps more to the point,
It's just that he's an adult.
why is she here in Mr. Sholmes' suite?
Oh, silly me, I haven't introduced myself, have I?
Oh, she's precious.
Mm-hmm. It's a great pleasure to meet you both. My name is Iris Wilson.
There we go. Fine.
I live here together with Hurley.
She makes Iris from Ace Attorney 3 impossible to Google.
Oh, yeah.
She has no, because Iris from Ace Attorney 3 has no last name. So you look up Ace Attorney Iris, you get both like Hazakura Temple and Iris Wilson.
Mm-hmm.
To start
Why
calling
do
her
you
Iris Hazakura or
It's actually it is actually the same name. Like they're both named Ayame, like the Japanese word for Iris. Like they actually have the same first name in Japanese. And so when they translated it, like because Iris is the plant Ayame, like they're the same plant.
Mm-hmm.
And, like it's literal translation. And in
That still
Japanese,
stands to reason. Why the fuck would they do that? Why would they name a character the same name they have for a different character that's fairly important in a different game?
yeah, it's probably because it's like a different game. I don't know if there are any other duplicates, but
Iris, is it? What a lovely name.
what?
What's the matter?
No, wait, this can't be.
Why is this child living with her on
Did you say that your name is Wilson?
Yep, me dad's dead.
What's the matter with Susato-san? Why is she so flustered all of a sudden?
Did you forget Ryunosuke?
It's your first fucking case ever.
I mean, it's fucking
You're accused of
Wilson.
murder.
It's been 2 months.
Okay.
Yes,
been
it's
2
fucking
months,
Wilson.
And
but
Wilson
also,
is such an common name.
but he's Japanese. It's not common over there.
Yeah, but also you don't remember names in foreign languages that use
That's
that second
fair.
language that well.
That's fair.
I can tell
That's
you from
actually
experience.
Yes, that's right. And what are your names?
Oh, I'm Rinosuke Naruhodo, a lawyer from Japan.
Oh, sorry. I'm Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant. I got it! Susato Mikotoba. It's wonderful to meet you.
Lovely. Susie and Runo. Got it.
Oh, she's just nicknames everybody.
It's a character
Susie?
flaw.
I mean, it is. It's a character flaw.
Aw, that's a quirk.
Susie?
And Runo?
Better than Megan and Keith.
I've got nothing to say to. I've got nothing to call Gina because her name is already too short.
Genie.
G.
G.
G. Just
G.
G.
There's more to this girl than meets the eye. There's so many questions for her, I don't know where to start.
Yes, and so do I.
I mean, she might also remember that Herlock said, like, I have Dr. Wilson, like, waiting for me at home or something like that. And where Naruhodo might just completely have forgotten about that, that line.
Yeah. What on earth is this huge over-the-top machine?
It's the great analytoscope. It can analyze anything, really anything at all.
That's absolutely incredible. Hello?
I'm sorry, I was reading chat.
No, it's totally fine. I couldn't tell if you couldn't hear me.
It's one of Hurley's inventions. It took him a whole year. He said it was to help him with his investigations.
What sort of things does he analyze with it? Do you know?
Well, actually, he hasn't used it for anything yet.
Oh,
Why not?
bummer.
Apparently, on the evening he finally used it, it suddenly occurred to him. I don't actually have anything I need to analyze.
Alex, are you climbing under a table?
No?
Alex sounded pretty, like, okay to me. It sounded like you were trying to, like, your voice did change, but you were doing, like, an impersonation.
Yeah.
It did get muffled.
I don't know why I got muffled.
You got muffled.
But
Sound
I
like you were
did not
climbing
change
under
anything.
a table.
it was just Discord being fucky.
That's how she gives all of her dialogue from under a table. Iris, I mean.
So short.
Yes.
Carries one around with her.
It makes her feel safe.
Yep.
Oh, dear.
Instead of a security blanket, she has a security table.
A fold-up card table. She like, folds up and fits in her backpack.
Yep.
How about you, Rudo? Do you have anything you'd like to analyze?
The only thing that springs to mind is this machine itself.
Is that gonna be our fingerprints in this game? That'd be fun. Can we not figure out anything about the VR?
I haven't looked at it yet.
Okay.
Ah, I've seen pictures of Western musical instruments like this. It's called a violin, isn't it?
Of course it is. Mr. Sholmes is renowned for his violin playing.
Renowned.
Renowned.
Renewed.
Renewed.
Oh, really?
Absolutely. It's often explained in the stories. It's inspirational, Mr. Naruhodo. Inspirational. I immediately started playing the koto, which is the closest Japanese string instrument I could find.
What a shame you couldn't bring it with you to London.
Oh, yeah. Well,
Not very good.
I don't... Papa was beaming when I asked him if he would buy me one. But after a while, He asked if I would only practice when he was out of the house.
Oh,
That's bad. That's mean. You should.
So, now it's merely an ornament in my room.
Because he never fucking leaves.
That's so sad. Must have been an awkward conversation. Yeah, F's in chat. Achievement unlocked, second-rate strings.
Oh man,
That's so
come on.
sad.
Leave her alone.
Where's
She's
your
trying her
sad
best.
note? There's all sorts on these shelves. Chemistry apparatus, books, papers, and lots of things I've never seen before. It's all heaped up so high I can't help feeling that the whole lot's going to topple at any moment.
I keep telling Hurley not to cram so much on those shelves.
Good advice.
He wanted to look something up in one of those books a while ago. But it was so tightly wedged in he couldn't get it out. So we went and bought a new copy instead.
I like to think that every time the popping noise happens, it's just like the popping cat. You know, the
Oh,
meme
yeah,
of the cat
yeah.
with the big mouth.
Oh, I need that like animated to this now.
Well, like
Yeah.
the bongo cat?
No, the
No,
popping
the
cat.
popping cat.
That's like a cat with like a really big mouth that like opens and closes on pops.
Oh, okay, okay.
Why are there all those bullet holes in the wall up there? Was Mr. Sholmes trying to shoot a pestry fly or something?
Mr. Sholmes would never do something so reckless.
Yes, he would. No?
Those are the letters VR, standing for Victoria Regina. It's Latin for Queen Victoria.
So you mean he shot the queen into the wall?
In a moment of boredom, Mr. Sholmes adorned the wall with a patriotic sign, that's all. As pistol practice.
Right. That makes perfect sense now.
It's exactly as described in the stories. Oh, this is delightful.
I'm not sure that the real explanation is any less reckless than shooting at a fly, personally.
It's patriotic, Mr. Naruhodo. Patriotic.
Well, there's our answer. That's why there's bullet holes in the wall.
Sure.
Funny answer, genuinely. Not what I was expecting.
Looks like that huge metal chest is being used as a table for tea and coffee. Seems very sturdy, with an equally sturdy lock.
Mr. Naruhodo, you mustn't go around opening things. I always have to keep an eye on you, don't I? You're very mischievous.
How did you cover that conclusion?
Oh, that chest contains some of my most valuable things.
And that smile tells me you're not going to give us any clue about what they are.
A lot of magic panties.
I do like this fireplace. It's one of the best things I've ever seen since we've arrived in the country, in fact. Lingering beside the fire and watching the flames flicker and dance up the grate. It's so relaxing.
We can't relax, not when there are so many interesting things on the mantelpiece.
You go ahead, Susan.
There's a knife in the wall. It's a fucking knife in the wall, dude.
There's also a shoe, just like there.
There is.
Oh, it's described in the stories.
There's also a shoe on that shelf over there.
There are a lot of
A
shoes.
different shoe.
Is it?
Yes, exactly. Inside that Persian slipper, for example.
All my chocolates for 11s?
11
Elevensies?
11s.
Isn't that a Lord of the Rings thing? Is that a real thing?
I don't know.
And transfixed by that large jackknife.
Is my shopping list for the market.
And there's clearly a letter. It's stamped.
She mails her shopping list.
Yeah. To her dad. It's
Oh.
like, wait.
That's not how I remember it being described in the Adventures of Sherlock Holmes.
Poor Susato-san. She looks crushed.
A mystery shoe, a curious hammer, some dancing men, a bust of Napoleon.
What?
Yeah.
Wow, what an entrancing collection!
This is the first time in my life that I've seen a lonely old shoe displayed as an ornament.
Ah, so it's snack time.
Oh, those are all the mementos that Hurley has collected from his past cases.
Wait, do you think you're gonna eat the shoe?
No, 11's
No!
is.
Shasta was explaining what 11's is.
Oh, I think that chat open for a second.
11's is
You're
just
talking
snack
about shoes,
time.
and Alex like, oh, it's snack time.
Let me just take a big old chew on that leather shoe.
That shoe is also chocolate, actually.
Really? Even the bust?
Yes, that's right. When the mood takes him, he likes to throw it on the floor and smash it to dust.
What?
What?
The poor defenseless emperor? Mr. Sholmes destroys it?
Yes! And then he buys a new one.
You make it sound like he has the temperament of an insane sculptor.
Ah. How entrancingly bohemian of him. It froze on
Yeah,
for
it
a
did.
really long time.
Oh, this is clearly Iris's
This
side
is
of the room.
her side of the
I love this.
Tiny little chair.
What a beautiful
The
English
heart.
tea set. And so neatly arranged.
It's a favorite pastime of mine. A cup of herbal tea in the afternoon.
You and every single other British person in existence.
Tea made of herbs?
That's right. I grow all sorts of herbs in the garden, so I can experiment with different blends. One moment, don't go away. I'll brew a pot of the special blend I came up with earlier today.
She looks delighted. I only hope it's safe to drink. It's a charming little white shelf, full of charming little bottles, too.
I'm a charming little girl. Oh, yes. But don't touch any of those.
Those are my
They are deadly poisons.
Oh!
They might explode.
Oh, I love her.
Explode?
Are they exotic chemicals? Do you use them for exciting experiments?
Yes, indeed. As Hurley always says, chemistry is an explosive science.
Sorry?
I agree. A single discovery can trigger an explosion of innovation all around the world.
Or perhaps he just meant it literally.
Both,
Either way.
I think.
Mental note, do not touch any bottle that belongs to Iris.
Also, like that she does his animation when she's
Yeah.
imitating him.
That was very
Does his
cute.
little point. I like this this concept of like the Watson character not being a straight man, but being a more composed chaos gremlin than Sherlock is.
Sherlock,
Like she's also a chaos gremlin, but she has a lot more
utter
going on.
gremlin. Just like full gremlin. That man is nothing but gremlin. And she is like tiny and elegant, but also gremlin. But like gremlin. And he's a gremlin.
She's a gremlin that can do your taxes. Like, which is what he needs. Because he doesn't do his own taxes.
Oh my god.
What on earth is that big black lump over there?
Ah, that fascinating thing is called a typewriter.
Yeah, I just flexed all over you, Shasta.
It's a machine that allows you to write on paper without needing a pen.
That's true. That's what a typewriter does.
Mm-hmm. Huh. And wizardly quickly, too.
It's not a way I would have thought to describe a typewriter. I don't know how I would have described a typewriter to someone.
I feel like the way we would describe a typewriter is backwards because of how it's not new to us. Like it's so old to us, but for them it's so new that you have to explain it that way.
Yeah, for sure. But it like makes more sense to explain it that way too.
Right.
Oh, sounds like it could be very useful for someone like me with terrible handwriting. Oh, look at this little dog llama thing. Can't look at it. Look at the dog llama.
Is that it?
I think that's
I figured there'd be a shit ton of stuff.
All we can look at in here.
This room does have a similar vibe to fucking the Right Talent Agency because it's just a lot of stuff.
There's just stuff and just garbage
stuff everywhere.
Junk. Hi, Iris. It was you that we ran into yesterday, wasn't it? At the Old Bailey.
Yes, that's right. You were ever so helpful. Thank you so much.
Oh, no, not at all. I'm so sorry we couldn't have been more welcoming.
Though at the time we did have a rather large gun pointed at us.
You mean this one? Like this?
Ah, thinking back now, you left with Miss Lestrade in tow, didn't you?
Oh, yes, that awkward witness, Gina Lestrade.
Oh, Ginny? Yes, she's a professional pickpocket.
Jenny. So we found out.
Did she pickpocket you? How? Iris is a very big gun. How did she manage to get away with
that?
That
one was the little
No, I know
grenade
not
launcher.
that one, but the other one is still fairly large and hard to hide.
She's a professional.
She's a professional.
It was very naughty of her to pinch my invention like that.
Are you referring to the trial-disrupting gun-like contraption?
Exactly. So I followed her, you see, to get it back. Perhaps I should think about fitting a self-destruct mechanism in my invention.
This girl is dangerous.
Anyway, I brought Ginny back here after that. So she could apologize to my trusty technician.
Please let it be an animal of some sort.
Your technician.
Please let it be an animal.
No.
Hurley, of course, silly.
Good.
She was talking to you directly, Alex.
Hurley?
I mean, yes. Also on the right track of animal of some sort.
Cat boy, yeah.
Yep.
This fucking cat boy.
Yes, Herlock. Herlock Sholmes. We live here together. I
I
said that already.
need to see the fan art of Herlock as a cat boy. I need to see all of it. I had no idea the great detective had such an interesting young daughter.
Daughter? Not likely.
What?
Probably like 12 years older than me, honestly. I wouldn't call him Hurley if he was my father, would I?
Yeah, you could. Ah, Schultz isn't in here yet.
What's
Holmes
her
is like
age?
32?
Okay.
Holmes is in his early 30s, I
Okay,
think.
I thought he was like mid-20s. I figured he was too young to have a daughter with double
I
digits.
think he's early 30s.
Okay.
I think.
We'll find out.
Well then, what is your relationship with Mr. Sholmes?
I adopted him. Well, I expect you found out that lodgings of any kind in London are very expensive.
Are you his ward? So the solution is to share the cost with a partner, a roommate. They're just roommates!
Oh my god.
They were
Oh my god, they were
roommates.
roommates.
Your
That's so
roommates?
I hope you don't mind me asking, Iris, but how old are you?
10. I can count them on my fingers.
10 at last this year.
She has her life
Well?
fucking so together.
What of your mother and father?
Oh no, they're not around.
Oh, I see. Wonder what the story is there.
She has her life more together than I do.
I mean, she already has a PhD, doesn't she?
Yeah.
Oh, yes! There's something I must ask you.
Of course. Go ahead, Susie.
I am a very great fan of the adventures of Herlock Sholmes, and...
Oh! You have a copy of Rance magazine!
Third reference, okay. Yes, I read every issue. It's delivered all the way to Japan on a ship.
Oh, this is so exciting! My stories are being read on the other side of the world!
My stories?
That's right. Hurley is always solving such amazing cases, you see, and he tells me all about them. They really are quite fascinating. It would be it's such a shame if I were the only one to ever heard them, don't you think?
Goodness!
Last night, he was telling me about a new case he had just solved on a steamship traveling from a faraway land.
He didn't solve that one, honey. But yeah, Nat, you are right. The Sholmes and Iris feel very much like Date and Mizuki.
Yeah. Except Iris is just like, wow, you're so cool.
Right.
Like, fully is buys into his shit.
So I was just in the middle of typing up the manuscript for the next issue before you came.
I like how she like pretends to be her dad in the stories.
Yeah.
So,
It's not believable that he would have a little girl living with him.
so you are the author?
Yes, I'll let you in on a secret, if you like. I'm going to call the latest adventure the Speckled Band.
The Speckled Band. That's certainly very familiar.
Of course, I always change one or two details in the stories here and there. This time, I had an idea of making a venomous snake be the cause of all the trouble.
Oh, that was Mr. Sholmes' first thought as well, actually.
Yes, and of course I know that a snake might not be a credible fit for the facts of the case, exactly, but... It's a story! Some poetic license is justified to make it more thrilling, I think, don't you?
So, do you mean to say... Are the stories about Mr. Sholmes that are published in Rance magazine...
Fiction.
All written by me? Yes, on my wonderful and very modern typewriter.
But all the stories I've ever read are written by a doctor of medicine. a Dr. John H. Wilson.
Chisato-san's getting more and more worked up.
Ah, yes, that's me. I mean, my name really is Wilson.
My real name is John.
But what about the Doctor of Medicine part? You're 10!
That's all true, too. I am a doctor of medicine.
You're
No.
10!
At 10 years old.
At 10 years old.
Well, that's quite incredible.
Yeah, Nat, I think that's exactly what it means.
But... Dr. Wilson is an English gentleman.
Ah, yes. I did alter the setting slightly for the stories to be more compelling.
Oh!
Well, it sounds a little strange, doesn't it? A great detective with a 10-year-old girl in tow.
I suppose it does. Yes.
Poor Susato-san. She looks like her whole world is just falling apart. About before.
Yes? Yes? What's on your mind, Bruno? Do tell me.
How did you know that I was a lawyer and we'd just arrived in London, I mean?
Yes. Oh! We have a difficult trial tomorrow. How did you know all of that?
Oh, that's what you mean.
Please, tell us how you did it. Explain every detail.
Of course, I'd be delighted. Although, there's really no mystery. Now, let's begin. Does she get to do one? Iris Wilson is proud to present her Logic and Reasoning Spectacular.
Ooh!
Yes!
Oh, this is fun.
She gets to do one! First of all, I already knew that you were a lawyer, Bruno.
Because I'm wearing the armbands.
After all, I met you yesterday at the Old Bailey in the defendant's antechamber.
Yeah. But you also said that we'd only just arrived in London. How did you know that?
I observed a passport and travel ticket protruding from your breast pocket.
Oh.
So I was reasonably confident that you must have only just arrived in the country. And on top of that, you accepted a case against that particular prosecutor, telling me you were unaware of London's court affairs.
The Reaper of the Bailey? I walked right into that one, didn't I?
Then I noticed a red ink stamp on the back of Susie's hand. You were given that when you visited the local prison to meet with a suspect, weren't you, earlier today?
Ah,
They use those stamps to keep a close eye on comings and goings, you see.
I didn't realize. Why they stamp my hand?
And a red stamp is only used for people visiting foreign inmates. So that told me that even though you had only yesterday concluded the trial of Magnus McKilded, the two of you had already had the cause to visit a foreign inmate at a local prison. However, neither of you was wearing a particularly sad expression on your face. So I concluded that the prisoner was unlikely to be a friend or relative. This led me to believe that you must have accepted a new case.
I see.
But how could you have known the trial is tomorrow?
Well, having barely been home a few hours yesterday, Hurley solved yet another case. It obviously amused him. He told me that he'd caught a Japanese man who was bawling and trembling.
A Japanese man? Well, clearly that must have been...
Mr. Natsume. Natsume.
Now, Runo has that fancy Japanese sword. And I think your outfit is called a kimono, isn't it, Susie? Well, anyway, it was clear to me that you both come from Japan yourselves. So I put two and two together and decided you must be defending the Japanese man Hurley caught. And there was only one conclusion those facts could lead me to. You both came here to ask Hurley about the case.
She is so much better at this than he is.
She's so smart.
Well, she's like, she performs our role when we performed her role on the ship is what we did.
Exactly.
There's a note on the mantelpiece that says the man's trial will be tomorrow. Hurley is always stabbing his notes with a knife, you know. He is silly. And that's all there was to it, really.
A right silly man he is.
Thank you for listening. I'm Iris Wilson, and that was one of my great deductions.
Like she's fucking signing off from a newscast.
God, I love her.
This has been Iris Wilson.
She just did a podcast.
You're listening to WNPR.
Well, was it a winner? Were my deductions correct?
They were spot on.
That was amazing, Iris. Truly a great deduction.
You even managed the certain something of Mr. Shulman's delivery.
Oh, well, I was just copying Hurley's style for that.
This is really very good news. If you tell us about the case involving the Japanese man, you will, won't you, Iris? Please?
So yesterday, Mr. Shulman's apprehended a Japanese man, so you were saying.
Yes. Hurley had just arrived back in London after his sea voyage. But the police were waiting for him at the railway station to take him directly to the crime scene.
Ah. The great detective is a popular man, it seems.
Apparently, a woman was stabbed on a quiet street somewhere in town. There were witnesses who had seen a short, shifty-looking, stooped man running away from the scene.
Yeah, sounds him.
A short, shifty-looking, stooped man.
Mr. Natsume. Beyond any doubt. Saseki-san said that he didn't see anybody else on the street at all, but it seems there were witnesses after all.
Hurley used his great deductive powers to determine the man's address. It was a lodging room very nearby. He went directly there with the police, and what did they find? A short, shifty-looking, stooped man, shivering in fear.
Mr. Sholmes' great deduction certainly hit the mark that time.
Of course it did. He's a great detective.
So Sato, you were with us. You know how his deductions work. Still, that means the incident occurred only 2 days ago. Surely tomorrow is too soon for the trial, isn't it?
Definitely.
We have no time to investigate properly.
Hurley says that London is rife with crime.
Oh.
Scotland Yard is doing their best, but they can't stay on top of it apparently.
Oh dear. I hadn't realized the situation was so dire.
That's why they can't afford to spend too much time investigating cases and trying the criminals in court. That's why it's only 3 days. Staff and money are both short. Crimes are usually pinned on the first suspicious person.
That's terrible. I suppose it's the harsh reality of the workings of the world's greatest justice system.
World's greatest in like 12 air quotes.
Yes.
I suppose it is. In that case, I don't hold out much hope for Saseki-san. Thank you for answering so many of our questions, Iris. This has been very informative.
Oh, you're most welcome. I've had so much fun.
God, she's adorable. Do you happen to know where Mr. Sholmes is at the moment? As you guessed, we'd like to ask him some questions about this case as well.
Ah, well... I expect Hurley is still investigating the scene.
Of the case involving Mr. Natsume, you mean?
Yes, Mr. Natsume? Hurley said he was going to the man's lodgings.
I just imagined that the entire time we were at Briar, he was kneeling behind the snowman. The whole time. Waiting for the right moment to, like, pop out, but forgot.
It didn't come.
He fell asleep.
If you leave now, you'll probably catch him there.
Iris, do you know where those lodgings are?
Well, I imagine the police are still investigating the scene of the crime themselves, aren't they? Did you happen to come across a detective by the name of Gregson when you were there?
Yes, we know Inspector Gregson.
Ah, goody. In that case... Give Gregsy this from me, would you?
Give him a fucking bribe?
If you do that, I'm sure he'll tell you what you want to know. It's a coupon for 1 free fish and chips.
What is this? Hello, Izzy.
A 5-shilling piece and a postcard, it seems.
Iris's postcard has been entered into the court record.
It reads, tell the gentleman in black whatever he wants to know. I trust that won't be a problem?
Oh my gosh.
That sounds like a threat, Iris.
Iris?
Iris, that sounds like a threat.
Gosh, this will make the inspector help us, will it?
Well, thank you, Iris. We'll give it a try.
Good luck then. I'm going to return to writing my manuscript, The Speckled Band. And I'll be making more special blends of tea. So come back again soon.
Oh, you're so delightful.
We'd be delighted. Thank you so much, Iris.
I'm entering the void.
Well, Mr. Naruhodo, it's back to the scene of the crime.
Hell yeah. So, somewhat dubious that they would exert any influence over the men of Scotland Yard at all, we headed back to the scene with Iris's curious note and one of the world's heaviest silver coins in hand.
Is Iris's voice like too? I feel like I'm veering into grandma.
Oh no, I didn't feel
No,
that.
I
at
didn't
all.
feel that at all. No.
I was thinking your iris was
Alright.
fucking perfect.
Yes,
Yeah.
I agree.
It gives me big Mifa vibes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
more
it is
baby.
it's very similar to my Mifa voice.
It's like
I mean, I'm just fucking imitating Mifa.
Baby Mifa.
Baby Mifa.
Which is perfect.
Okay, thank you.
This is a good. Let's take 5. Get up, stretch, get a snack, use the
I got
bathroom,
potty.
go potty. Everybody,
Yeah, I'll be right back.
everybody, take 5.
The iris theme reminds me of a Murdered by Numbers theme.
I suppose, yeah.
It's one of those happy solving puzzles themes. My mom's calling me. If I come back later, then just go ahead without me.
I'm back. I think it's just me. Hello,
I'm
stream.
here, just not
Oh,
talking.
hi. Okay, that's fair.
Hello.
Hi.
How's it going?
Good. That fucking litter that I got that literally said fucking it stays in the box. Nope. It's not. She's fucking looking at me like, what? Don't give me that look. You know what you did.
What a gremlin.
She is a baby gremlin. That's all she
Oh,
does.
Baby gremlin cat.
Torment me.
Fucking the Nintendo Direct. Wild. I'm gonna have to buy Bayo 2 so that I can play that on stream.
Absolutely. You need to play it.
And so then when Bayo 3 comes out, I can play that on stream.
Immediately, yeah. I mean, you've got a year, so you've got time.
Oh, right, because it... Well, I mean, who knows when in 2022? It could come out anytime.
That's true. It could be like January 1st, 2022.
Could. They just don't want to promise. They don't want to make any big promises.
They don't want to make
but it could
any big
literally come
promises.
out anytime in 2022.
Yeah. There's no hope of me catching up on Metroid before Dread.
Oh yeah.
Comes out in like a week.
No. Oh, I saw some people who were talking about how her design in 3 is very Cereza, which is like her little girl self in Bayonetta 1.
Oh yeah. I saw those pictures. I didn't know that like there was a different name.
Yeah. It's like the little girl self in Bayonetta 1.
I think I heard her two
Hello.
hair. Hi,
Miles.
her two hair is also inspired by a different character.
Mm-hmm.
So she likes doing hairstyles based on things that she knows.
Oh yes. Her I think because her look in 2 is like the short cropped hair.
Okay.
And that's I think a call
What are we talking
to
about?
a Bayonetta.
Ah, okay.
I think the short cropped hair is a call to, I think, John?
I heard Janice. I saw Janice. I don't know if that's a person,
there's a character in 1 too that you like fight near the end of the game who dresses in white and has like that cropped hair.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I saw someone say, like, well, obviously this is a prequel and she's a teenager, and everyone was like, what the fuck are you talking about? Do you see the time period we're in?
Right.
Like, there's fucking fighter jets that didn't exist when she was born.
Right. I mean, she's also a time witch, so, like, who knows?
That's fair.
But,
Yeah.
like, I would not put this as, like,
I don't
this
think
is
she
teen
fucking
Bayo.
jumps.
No.
Yeah.
There's definitely time shenanigans, because that's what Bayonetta's time shenanigans, but, like...
Mm-hmm.
That's on my future list of games. I've got quite a list going. Because after we finish Ultra Despair Girls, which shouldn't take too many streams, it's not a very long game.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna be playing Code Vein, which is like anime Dark Souls.
Mm-hmm.
And then after we finish Dark Souls 3, I'm gonna be playing Final Fantasy 4.
Nice.
And then I think after Ace Attorney, we're gonna be playing Steins Gate. And then we'll do V3.
Hell yeah.
So that'll give us plenty of time between the Rompas.
Do you mean we're gonna do... You're gonna do Steins Gate? Are you gonna do Steins Gate in between these two games?
No, after.
No.
No.
Okay, because I mean, I think theoretically I should be done with my Thursday classes before you guys are even done, or we're just like fucking right after.
No, I was doing
if
the
I'm
math,
done on the 16th,
and we're gonna be done with this game probably 4 or 5 streams before you could join us again.
Okay.
So it would definitely wouldn't be enough time to do Steins Gate. Because that Steins Gate I estimate to be like 10 streams.
Okay.
So if I did something in between, it would just be like either one sort of shorter game or like a couple just like short games. If we decided to, you know, like we could wait like 4 weeks so that you could start the second game with us. I don't think, but we haven't really figured it out yet.
Yeah, it's up to y'all. I mean, I obviously don't like. There's only one option for me, and it is I am not there.
Right. Yeah. Is everybody?
I also want to talk about when we actually. I want to talk about when we get to actually finish this game, because like I want to see like what the ending it sets us up on is.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
That's true. If it's like God, we gotta fucking do it, then I get it. But yeah. Also, I think Levi got a call from his mom, so if he said if he's gonna be
back. He's
okay,
he's spoken.
Okay, I was waiting for Shasta to speak because Shasta was the only person I hadn't heard.
Oh, okay.
I spoke in between, but I don't think he would hurt me.
Well, I don't know.
Also, I had talked to Alex, and then you got back afterwards when I was doing something else.
Yes, I thought it was Shasta who had said something and not Levi, so that's why I was explaining Levi. But
oh no, I heard Levi. I didn't hear Shasta.
All right, we all heard different people. It's okay.
Everybody's here. That's the important.
I was sent one more picture of Catboy.
Oh, yeah, I sent. Did you see the pictures of Catboy I sent?
I did
Yeah,
see.
Catboys.
I adore. Thank you. If you want to see pictures of Catboy Herlock, go to the Discord. Do it. It's the 19th of February, 2:38 p.m. Briar Road. It looks as though the police are still here, carrying on with their investigation.
Perfect. So let's find Inspector Gregson as quickly as possible.
Clink. Yes, and let's see if he'll take a break from his chips to look at that silver tip Iris gave us for him.
We did find him very fast.
I think he's just standing
He
here.
didn't move.
Oh.
Take the money.
That's very cute.
He put a little heart at the end. He's so cute.
Inspector Gregson, do you have a moment?
I'm sorry to say I don't. I'm a very busy man. Much too busy to talk to a pair of foreign gadabouts, that's for sure.
We have these for you. A present from Miss Iris Wilson. Sorry.
What? Me? From her ladyship?
What?
Her ladyship.
Give that here! At once! Come on, hand it over. That's for me.
Ah! Don't wait for me to give it to you, will you? What was that coin exactly?
It's a silver crown, obviously. But it's got a lot more than that.
It's a collector's item.
It's an appearance fee, that's what it is.
What?
An appearance fee? Oh, I see. You mean...
That's right. For the adventures of Herlock Jones.
Gives him a commission for...
Paycheck. Her ladyship always offers me a little financial reward for featuring me. Every time.
Yes, of course. I know all about your exploits, Inspector. I read them avidly.
Of course, using my name without my say-so does make me the butt of a lot of unpleasant jokes, but still.
I am sorry, Inspector. That must be difficult for you.
Never mind you that. So, what do you not want to know then, eh?
Sorry?
Tell the gentleman in back whatever he wants to know. I trust that won't be a problem, it says. Well, obviously it's not a problem, so go on, fire away, what you want to know.
Well, if you wouldn't mind, Inspector, we'd very much like to know the address of Mr. Natsume's lodgings.
Ah, the little knife-wielding, mustached Japanese fellow. He lives right in a right old hovel. It's just over there, look.
In the fucking...
Does he live in the building with the brick windows?
Yes.
On the first floor of that house in the corner where that wreck of a bicycle's propped up.
It's nearby indeed. She didn't run very far.
Right?
If I remember rightly, the landlord is a Mr. John Garadeb. Garadeb. Weird.
That's a weird name.
Yeah. Right, well. See her again. Make sure you give her ladyship my regards, yeah?
I want fish and chips.
Got a bowl of ice cream to sate the craving for food.
I mean it.
Potatoes.
You tell her Gregson sends his very best wishes.
Don't worry, Inspector. We will.
Goodbye for now, then. And long live her ladyship. It sounds like she's like his entire fucking like. She's most of his income.
Probably. If it's
At least he told us what he wanted to know before he left.
it's a fucking gumshoe situation. Fucking
Right.
Scotland Yard pays some pennies. Yes, so then, shall we go and see what we can find in Mr. Natsume's lodgings?
Definitely.
Kind of fucking waltz.
That's a typical old brick building, isn't it? We already did this. Sure has a long, interesting history.
You can't skip it. There it is.
According to Inspector Gredson, that's the house where Mr. Natsume has lodgings.
Just across the road from where the incident took place, I see. Must be awful for Soseki-san, getting caught up in something like this in a foreign land. Oh. Ah. It's a fucking cannon?
In case the neighbors annoy you.
But the windows aren't blocked.
Hello, ma'am.
Shasta?
Oh.
Okay. May I help you?
The grandma.
Correct.
Ah,
It's the right voice.
yes.
It's the right voice.
Would this be the residence of Mr. John Garadeb?
Indeed it would be, sir. May I ask who is calling?
My name is Rinosuke Naruhodo. I am...
Mr. Naruhodo is representing Mr. Soseki Natsume. I believe he takes lodgings here.
Oh. That's
That
an
was
interesting
weird and
surprise
cute.
face.
We would very much like to ask him some questions about our client.
Do you have the hiccups?
Oh,
One moment, please. I shall convey the message to Mr. Garadeb.
Did you see
He
that,
said
Mrs.
fuck
Sato?
off!
Did you see that, Mr. Susato?
What?
Did you see that, Mr. Susato?
Miss Susato.
That's...
Miles.
That's you.
That's
Miles, you are-
Rinosuke.
You are Susato.
Yeah, I know. My brain didn't. I fully said it, and then I didn't even process it, and I read it again, and I still didn't process it, and I was like, "Yeah, these
So
are that's what I'm doing."
That's what it
You
says.
know?
Come
That's
on.
what it says. My brain fully. I think it was suddenly just only Susato on screen. I'm like, "Oh, I have to read this."
That was a real-life English maid.
I know. As I understand it, anyone of standing in English society employs a number of household staff. But that was the first time I've ever seen one in the flesh. Oh, this day keeps getting better.
It certainly feels like we've really arrived now, doesn't it?
You only need to meet a butler, and the experience will be complete.
As long as he's not, an assassin, we'll be just fine. Well, I'm not sure I'd go that far, but I understand the sentiment.
Thank you for waiting. Mr. Garadeb will see you now. This way.
Oh my god! Look at him!
Oh my god.
He's got a crescent face!
What is
Profile!
this man?
And you look right next to him, there's a portrait of him too. Like there's him and then his portrait directly next to him.
It's like the Hot Fuzz bit.
This is the man they got for the McDonald's commercials.
What the fuck is
Oh
happening
my god.
in this section of the fucking room? What?
Looks like it got set on fire. There's a candle on the floor, right? Is that a candle?
An
Yeah.
enormous screen. He must have been put there deliberately, surely.
Is Mr. Garrideb the one who quote unquote saw
No, that was a cop. Unless
Mr.
he's also
There
Garrideb?
was two.
Does this man look like a cop? Maybe.
They said there was two witnesses. One was the
Yeah.
cop. Did we get the other?
Oh,
Yeah,
I
his
thought
wife.
it was. I thought it was the cop and his wife. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, it
I missed the
certainly
white part.
seems like someone's trying to hide something from view. What could be behind it, I wonder?
I'm going to have a very quick look. Just a little peek.
As a treat.
Huh.
Maybe let's
Maybe.
not,
Oh, it's...
Mrs. Sato. I think the maid is going to
One
head
day
us
I'd
off
love
with
to
a cup of
read.
tea. And like, fucking talk to me. What the fuck are you here for?
Boost.
Me.
For
You know what?
open
Fuck
here.
it.
Everyone's
you
had
have
like
to
a
carry it.
yeah.
Except for Shasta, but Shasta's the maid.
That's your service.
Pleased to meet you, sir. This is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. He's a defense lawyer.
This man gives me the murderer vibes.
Do excuse me not getting up. I took a shot to the knee a few years back in the Battle of Maywand, don't you know? Earned a medal for my pains, but had to withdraw from service. Handed over the reins to the up-and-comings.
Was it an arrow?
Oh, it was a bullet.
He used to be an attorney like you.
So he's a retired soldier. It's a hell of a job getting up and down stairs now, I can tell you. Don't get out much, as you can imagine. Yes, it's quite a climb up here to the second floor, isn't it? I was panting at the top of the stairs.
You really must take more exercise, Mr. Naruhodo.
Ugh. Do you think so?
Well, Mr. Garrideb, no doubt you were very courageous to earn yourself a medal.
Oh, it was nothing. Medal's just a folderol, really. Wouldn't like to offend the general, though, so I grudgingly displayed it on the wall. Why don't you fetch it down, Joan? Let these good people see it properly.
I want a two-face situation where like the other half of his face is actually like.
Joan, fetch the... Ah! Dash it, old woman! Be careful!
Oh, dear me. I do beg your pardon,
I
sir.
think this maid killed this woman.
Oh, please.
You...
How terribly like trips and like has a knife in hand and just fucking stabs it into her back by accident.
She was just going along, like, cutting the food, and she wandered outside, still cutting, and then just found a woman to cut.
You surely nearly took the skin off my hands.
I should be more careful, sir.
Ugh. So anyway, out of it. Living the quiet life now. Yes, I see. Now then, I hear you want to know about the chap lodging downstairs. Is that right?
Yes, we would be very grateful if you could answer some questions for us.
Only two, please, naturally. Especially if it helps keep the peace here in Blighty. No! Don't stir your
Gross.
tea with your pipe!
Oh, that.
Real pipe. it doesn't actually have anything in it. It's a solid piece of wood.
It absolutely does not have any tobacco in there.
It would have all fallen out.
Oh, yes.
We've forged an alliance with the Empire of Japan recently, as I'm sure you're aware. This case is very much in the public eye, as it were.
Oh. Is it?
Even had some famous detective poking around. You know, in this old house, would you believe?
Yes! Mr. Herlock Sholmes!
Could have been. Didn't catch the chap's name. Not really my cup of tea, all that detective business.
Oh. But you have a copy of Rance magazine here, so...
Nah? Hey? No.
Levi, I think you might be right.
What?
Or maybe it's just like the angle his face is at, but like the other side of his face looks red.
It does.
Yeah, there's like a
it's
little
gonna
bit of
be-
pink.
Gonna be a
You
little
might just have a
bit
scar over there.
messed up, yeah.
Anyway, the chap's investigating the foreigner's room as we speak.
So he's in Saseki-san's room.
It's a bawling nuisance, that's what it is. Whole neighborhood's twitching its curtains now. I don't like all this fuss. It's jolly unsettling.
About Mr. Natsume then, Mr. Garrett. Please, do tell us.
Oh yes, the Japanese chap. Only been lodging here for a week.
Oh, just 1 week? So he moved in very recently then?
I've two lodgers most of the time, one on the ground floor and one just below us. First floor room became available a week ago. See, they've been... Ah! Dash it all, Joan! Do be careful!
Oh, my goodness! I'm terribly sorry, sir.
Do you have problems with her vision?
If you want to know my opinion, I thought he was a shady sort from the moment I set eyes on him.
I think she's doing it to stop him from saying stuff. She does it when he's
you're
like
right.
in the middle of talking about something. Like he was just about to tell us why the room became available.
Oh, she did it.
Yeah, she's fucking shady as hell.
Yeah.
But she's so cute.
Nah, she's shady as fuck.
Oh, I love this little cheek jiggle that happens when she...
She killed a man.
Why?
Cute people can be murderers too. Equality. He seemed to have a most nervous disposition.
That's,
Always shaking and looking over his shoulder.
that's what
Diversity
equality
wins.
is.
This very cute woman is a murderer.
I mean, Dahlia.
The man had shady written across his sweat-soaked brow, if you ask me.
I mean, he definitely had shading on that brow.
I said to myself, Joan, that man is trouble. Sooner or later, he's gonna do something untoward. And I'm rarely wrong about anything.
Because you make it happen. Won't be calling this maid as a witness, that's for sure.
I'm looking forward to her breakdown if she has one.
Oh, bless you.
Sorry. I couldn't mute in time.
Very
I used to mute my sneeze. It just came on so fast. Was there anything else that struck you as suspicious about the man at all?
Yes. Oh, yes, indeed there was.
What, was it the fact that he spoke Japanese? Are you gonna be racist too? And she's dying to tell us. Had you noticed anything else?
He carried an umbrella. It was very shady.
Had you noticed anything else at all about your lodger, Mr. Natsume?
Oh my word, yes! The man was shadier than an orchard.
Could you elaborate?
No!
An orchard is.
I'll take the man's room. Absolutely stuffed full of books it is. More than anyone could ever read.
He's shady because he has lots of books?
And he never so much as passes the time of day with another living soul. Haven't seen a single visitor call. Not in the whole 2 weeks he's been here.
He's been here for a week!
He just trots off to that old bookshop every day and comes back at 5 to light the gas fire.
Man, he's been here for a week!
And the funny little man is up long past the time everyone else in the house has gone to bed too.
It's Judgy McJudgerson up in here. Oh, I see.
The gentleman on the ground floor goes to bed at around 9 each night. But I've never known that Japanese fellow to retire any time earlier than 2 in the morning.
Ah.
Rock the only person who's actually like said Nipponese. Everybody else does say Japanese.
I know that Soseki did say Nippon, but didn't say Nipponese.
Right. Yeah, and he is Japanese. Like that's probably just him like
Actually.
just saying because Nippon is
Yeah.
Japanese with Japan. Because they were speaking in Japanese.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
Could you clarify something, I wonder?
Six is the only one who's said Nipponese. Everyone else has said Japanese.
What, pray?
How do you know so much about Mr. Natsume's routine?
Yeah, like, why aren't you asleep?
Oh!
I understood that neither of the lodgers live on this floor of the house, is that correct?
That's right, yes. They're both below us, on the first floor and the street level.
Then, how is it that you know so much about the lives of your lodgers?
Especially with the windows all bricked up.
For nice times that they come back in the evening, for example. Even the times they go to bed.
That's real weird, ma'am. It's kinda weird.
Ah! Good grief, Joan! Be more careful, woman!
Oh my goodness, sir, I'm terribly sorry, sir.
The amount of times she does this, like, you think he'd have fired her by now.
He'd have told her to stand a foot further away.
Right, stop refilling my fucking tea. Something doesn't add up here.
I'm sure I don't know what you mean.
Her hair on her forehead looks like a mustache.
Yes.
It looks like Grossberg's mustache.
It does!
Yeah, that's
it
the
does.
one. Yeah.
You're welcome. It seems that the incident that took place around 5 in the evening. Did you happen to look out of the window at around that time?
The window.
Yes, we noticed that the window over there looks out over Briar Road. The incident took place on the pavement just on the far side of the street. Was there anyone suspicious loitering nearby?
5 o'clock is
That's a lot
dinner
of broken
time
pottery.
in the Garrett household. So I'm afraid I don't remember seeing anything. How about you, Joan?
No, sir. It would have been dusk around outside already at that hour. And with the fog as well. I should think it would have been quite impossible to see the other side of the road.
Oh. I see.
Did you notice anything else out of the ordinary then?
Such as...
Anything at all, even if it seems unrelated.
Well...
That's me. Yes? Was there something then?
Well, it's nothing particularly significant, but at around that time... Ah! For the love of God, Joan! Watch what you're doing!
Yeah, you're right.
Oh, dearie me, what have I done? I'm awfully sorry, sir.
Every single time he's
My
about
arms
to tell
are
us something
closed, so I
useful.
can't say how full it is.
Yeah, very sus.
Do be more careful, woman!
Of course, sir. If I may, Mr. Narrow Hollow.
Narrow Hollow.
Yes?
I have an exceedingly good memory, and as far as I remember, nothing of any significance took place here at that hour. Nothing at all.
Joan, get the fuck out of this room. Fucking leave. Get out. Oh, really? Mr. Garadeb? The way you were talking
don't do it.
before, it sounded rather like there might have been.
Oh, well, as I was saying, it's
Oh
just
my
a
God.
trifling matter, really, nothing. Oh! Joan, dash it all!
Yeah, either
What is the matter with you, woman?
Begging your pardon, sir. Nothing happened.
I was just gonna be like, it's either just like for comedic effect, like they're not able to get information out of this guy.
No, she's
But
hiding
then
it.
that,
No, she's
Yeah.
super
Yeah, that
hiding
was like-
information.
Gaslight gatekeep girl boss.
That's Joan the maid.
she was straight up gaslighting right there. Yeah.
Yes, quite. Nothing happened. I sat down to a quiet, uneventful meal. Joan?
That's right, Mr. Garadeb.
What is the matter with these two?
It sounds like something happened here in this room on the evening of the incident. But what?
A fire in the corner, perhaps?
I wish I knew. Could you tell us which floor Mr. Natsume's room is on?
Oh, certainly. Just below us, on the first floor.
And Mr. Shums is investigating there, even as we speak.
Yes. Told me Natsume name had asked him to look into the matter, so I gave him the key.
Mr. Natsume engaged in Mr. Shums' services?
Absolutely not. That's a blatant lie. Would it be alright if we also had a look around? In Mr. Natsume's room, I mean.
Don't see why not. Just down one flight of the stairs.
Who knows if we'll find anything that could help us with the case, but we have to try. We need all the clues we can lay our hands on. Shall we?
Yes, and while we're there, we can speak with Mr. Shums again. Perhaps he'll be able to tell us more.
I want to look around this room more.
I don't think we
I was
can.
just gonna say, it would be
Can I at least look to the
incredibly
right? I want to
funny.
look at that pottery.
Oh, yeah. That's a full-size cannon. What's it doing in here?
Oh my! It's real! That might be a replica.
That whole thing. It's little more than a toy.
Sorry?
The army was selling it off when I retired, so I decided to give it a new home. Never know when the enemy might attack next. Jolly useful to have a cannon about the house.
Really? Isn't it overkill?
Be prepared, I will say. Never know when this twisted world is gonna throw at you next, boy.
Do you think there may be trouble brewing, Mr. Garrideb?
Always is. Dick Joan here. Never fails to have a clean apron in reserve. Drives him over the barrel, you see. You drive very well on the cannon there, Joan tells me. Which rather proves my point, I feel.
It's been reduced to a drying rack. No wonder the huge cannon looks like it's hanging its head in shame. I cannot look at the pottery.
No, to the right.
I think his name's an anagram of Brigadier. Garrideb is Brigadier.
I was wondering if it was an anagram of something, but
Wow,
I forgot to
Miles.
check.
Yeah.
Nice. You figured that out on your own?
Yes,
Or, like,
I was looking at his name and I'm like, why? I'm like, this spells something else. This has to spell something else.
That's nice.
I'm pretty good at anagrams.
Yeah.
It looks like a Medal of Honor, and it's showcased on a very grand banner.
Yes, it's displayed with some pride, I would say. Although it bothers me
I'm
that
not sure it's
not
exactly the same
straight.
spelling. I think it's missing an E, but it's very close.
Right.
If we find out what his first name is ever, it could be related.
We do know his first name, don't we?
I do know his first name.
Mister.
John.
Oh, John. Never mind. Okay, that's
Oh,
not
no, we get a front view. His face is fine.
Oh, and we can see the maid too.
I wonder if like he were to have a breakdown in court
Question
though,
mark.
and he like faced the other way,
Maybe.
and like his face was a lot darker when he faced the other way.
What, that old thing?
Sorry?
I should be glad to see the back of it, but the general would turn in his grave if I disposed of it. The wall's the best place for it. Keeps the bully thing out of my way.
So he's just been polished aside by accident, I suppose.
There appears to be an inscription on the medal itself. Look. Let me see. It says, "For distinguished participation."
Sounds like the kind of honors even I could be in line for.
That's funny.
He got a participation trophy.
Oh man.
Well, one doesn't like to blow one's own trumpet. But I was giving up for my time in the army.
Kids nowadays.
And their participation trophies.
Participation trophies in the 1880s.
Can't measure an officer by the number of medals to his name, of course. Common knowledge in military circles.
Fuck a participation medal. That portrait of Mr. Garrideb is glaring at me, I swear.
Have you noticed all the little frames contain photographic prints of Mr. Garrideb as well?
Yes, and there seems to be a statue of a lion on the mantelpiece as well.
Oh, yes. Seemed to come back from the local pawnbroker with that little trinket.
Seem to come back? What do you mean?
The chap who runs the place is a bully wizard. Went in to sell him something and came out with that thing. Point in fact, now that I think about it, I rather often find myself leaving the place something I don't need.
Ornament certainly does seem surplus to requirements.
Santa-san doesn't pull her punches. Or her throws, for that matter.
Zato's a grappler if she were in a fighting game.
The window looks out over Briar Road where the young woman was attacked.
Oh, yes, I can make out the policeman on the far side of the road investigating the crime scene.
The glass is rather murky, isn't it? You can't see very clearly.
Does this thing open at all, I wonder?
I shouldn't underestimate the bitterness of the London winter, sir.
Sorry?
As soon as you open that window, the tea will freeze in the pot.
No.
No Londoner would go opening windows at dusk in the middle of winter, I assure you.
Seems very unlikely that these two would have seen anything of the incident then.
Oh, look. Hello? What a wonderful collection of cakes lined up on that gleaming silver cake stand.
Lined up? It looks more like someone has half demolished them to me.
Afternoon tea is a time of indulgence, you know. It's quite the English way. It is Mr. Gerdeb's custom to take 2 cakes with his tea.
Sounds delightful.
Oh, wait a minute though. There are at least 10 cakes on this cake stand.
Well, naturally. And it would never do to waste the leftovers. So whatever Mr. Gerdeb does eat, I say to myself, Joan, you should have to tidy up.
How magnanimous of you. Look at this crockery on display here. It's rather unusual, isn't it?
My, a genuine London dresser. Isn't it delightful?
Looks like a goddamn disaster over here. Although the
shelves seem to be broken, and the crockery is, oh dear, in pieces.
It really is. The word cracked wouldn't do that chinaware justice.
Ah, I wonder. Perhaps the cannon was fired at it.
Yes. Probably something like that. But let's not delve too deeply here. That's so weird. I fucking clicked it again. There's something else I could click on over here.
This old candle holder looks a little out of place here, wouldn't you say?
Yes, you're right. It's clearly supposed to be gold, but it's almost completely black for some reason.
That old thing is just a cheap piece of ironmongery. Give him crack, really.
Oh.
Used it when I was studying, don't you know? For my commission. I know it's old, hardly worth hanging on to really, but, well, still has its uses sometimes.
Like throwing it across the room?
Of course. Sorry, it skipped right from him to that being fully written out.
Does everything in this room have some elaborate story behind it?
They're memories, Naruto. Memories.
Is that candle that's on the floor looks like it came from this candlestick?
Was that the crazy thing that happened? Was the apartment got lit on fire?
Fucking... Maybe.
Now, is that how old is Gyarados? Did it say?
Yeah, it
I would
says...
guess in his 40s.
I'm just curious.
Kitty!
Oh my god, look at this fucking voice.
Oh man, I had Selena earlier. She could have voiced someone.
Little friend!
Oh, nope,
Okay,
she's back.
now, where do we think we're gonna find Herlock?
Underneath the
I
cat.
can go seek with Herlock.
Under the book pile.
Where's Waldo?
Alright, Selena, you got a line. Come on.
Look at...
Gotta say something.
Look at the lucky cat. There's a lucky... His cat looks like the lucky cat.
There you go. Good job.
What?
You performed your work.
Just look at this place. And smell it. It's so musty in here. I suppose it's the mountains of old books that are responsible for that.
Someone hasn't cleaned the litter box in a while.
It wouldn't smell musty if that was the case.
I don't think I've ever seen so many books in all my life.
Does he
I just
have
got the one.
Does he have a cat because Natsume Soseki wrote I am a cat? I hope so.
I mean, it's probably.
No, me neither.
Didn't Suseki start off his dialogue with us by saying that he was not a cat?
No, he started off with saying I am a cat.
Okay.
He did say he was a cat. I think he nyawed.
Okay.
It's so dark in here, too.
Is that a window over there?
Well, it was the window, I think. Yes, once upon a time. But for some reason it's been closed up with bricks and mortar. So this is where Mr. Natsume lives.
No way. I haven't spotted Mr. Sholmes anywhere, have you?
No, that's true. But according to what Mr. Garadeb told us, the great detective should be around here somewhere investigating. No, I didn't want to move.
We have to find him.
Okay, we're gonna look. Interesting.
Please be under the books.
He's under the table right behind the cat.
Look at the lucky cat.
The cat does look like the thing that's going to move the most in this room.
Mm-hmm. He is the cat.
It's a beckoning cat from home.
It's a bit big and bulky, isn't it? Surely Mr. Natsume didn't bring that Maneki Neko all the way from Japan with him.
I hardly think you're in a position to comment, Mr. Naruhodo. Are you forgetting the enormous Daruma doll you brought in your luggage?
That's why I keep seeing him with a fucking Daruma doll inside the...
Aww.
That's what... all the fan art I see of him, like, inside, Kazuma's luggage is him, like, hugging a Daruma. And I'm like, okay, I don't know why, but, like, it's fucking cute. But...
Right.
It's canon. He didn't bring, like, anything except the Daruma. Well, it can be dangerous traveling abroad. Wanted a lucky charm.
Well, I imagine Mr. Natsume wanted the same. And this cat is sure to beckon good luck to him.
Yeah. It's not doing a very good job so far, is it?
You mustn't say such things.
I didn't say a word. Why are my eyes such a giveaway? Look at all those books stacked up there. They almost reached the ceiling.
They're all works of English literature. And they all smell so musty.
With this volume of books on hand, you'd never be short of reading material, would you?
No. What a dreamy idea.
A bad dream, maybe. For me, at least. Mind you, I don't imagine the book that's at the bottom of the pile now will ever be read again.
So reading is an experience. So reading is an experience that comes but once a lifetime. Just as the tea ceremony teaches us.
I certainly didn't expect the conversation to turn down the path of tea ceremony philosophy. Could you even call this a window?
I think so. It was a window at one time, after all. All that remains is a frame around some bricks now.
So really, it's just a wall then, isn't it? Well, why would anyone deliberately brick it up like that?
I'm afraid I have no idea.
Cheaper.
Perhaps Mr. Natsume printed the brick design on in a fit of whimsy.
That's alarmingly feasible. Anyway, whatever the reason, the lack of ventilation in here makes the place very oppressive.
It does. Imagine being cooped up in a room like this. I imagine being cooped up in a room like this would be extremely trying. Like that chest you spent 2 weeks in. Like that box you spent 2 weeks in. That desk seems to be wedged into the crevice between the mountains of books on either side.
I suppose Mr. Natsume would sit there and read while stroking his cat. But surrounded on all sides by these towering old tomes, surely he dreamt of books every night as well.
Yes, he must have done. Mustn't he? Oh, what's this? She pulls up a hat. She finds like a single buckle, and she pulls up, and it's her lock. It's a receipt from a secondhand bookshop. Your books.
Oh my god.
That's funny.
That's so simple, but so good.
Mr. Natsume's name is on it, look. And the date of purchase. Oh, 2 days ago at 4:45 p.m. That's the day of the incident.
That's just a short while before he was embroiled in the terrible attack. He must have been on his way back from buying some old books.
The second-hand book receipt has been entered into the court record. No.
Hi.
You fucker.
Fucking asshole.
Hi, Keen.
Oh,
my
Strange. Goodbye.
Oh my, what an adorable little cat! Perhaps he's looking after all the books while his master is away.
I don't know about that.
Big cat.
He disappeared into that pile of books as quick as a flash. He was a tricolor Mike, wasn't it? Do they even have that sort of cat here in Great Britain?
Perhaps Mr. Natsume brought the little creature with him and from...
Made me feel a bit homesick now.
Already? I've only been in the country for 2 days.
Now I'm wondering, like...
Are calico cats from Japan?
No. Like, something that we don't see very often, like, period pieces and stuff is, like, how was pet care handled? Like, what did they use for litter before the modern, like, litter?
Ooh.
What, like, when someone took their dog out for a walk, what did they use to bag the poop?
They
I don't
didn't?
think they did.
They
you
didn't.
know what? That's fair. that one's fair. But, like, what do cats do? Yeah, obviously it's not an outdoor cat, because that cat can't fucking go anywhere.
They have a litter box.
Well,
At
so
least
there
that's what it
is
looks like.
there's the cat called the Japanese bobtail. Which is what they're specifically talking about. Like, it's a specific kind of cat. Like, not a calico. Like, it's a specific thing. Which is from Japan and Southeast Asia as well. Ah, look, Mr. Naruto.
Yeah, he had just, like, specifically said...
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
it was
called
a
a Mike, like,
tricolor
that's-
Mike. Yeah, the color is not the important part, it's the fact that it's a Mike.
Yeah, and Mike means, like, triple hair in Japanese. And has to do with something like that. I'm on the Wikipedia page for Japanese bobtails.
So just like, yeah. Tricolor.
Cat.
Yeah.
Tricolor cat. Calicos are my favorite. Aha! There he is. Where did he appear from?
Seems to be engrossed in the pages of an old book.
And not blinking.
He doesn't need to.
Blinking's for lesser beans.
I'm sure you won't mind if we disturb him.
Hello, Mr. Sholmes.
Ah, you two. Good day. Now, let me see. Where was it that we met?
Oh, Mr. Sholmes, we were together on the SS Buria.
Yes, of course, the Burya. And let me see. What happened on that voyage?
My best friend died?
Died, quote unquote.
It was Kazuma Asogi. He died tragically, but you were a
yes,
great
that
help
Russian
to us.
fellow. Oh yes, but of course, the case of Mr. Asogi. It was the one with the snake, wasn't it?
I mean, there was a snake there. There was. Are you in our court record yet? He's 34. I don't know.
Okay, so yeah, theoretically old enough to have a
To have a 10-year-old daughter, yeah.
He doesn't look 34.
Oh!
What do 34-year-old people look like, Shasta?
I don't know, but like... He looks like a teenager to me for some reason. Like his face, something about it, he just looks young.
I mean, he's got like a boy-ish face, but I don't think he looks that young. Well, you seem to remember something of it at least.
Honor to be remembered vaguely by the great Herlock Sholmes.
Well, kind of remembered.
Stop simping.
This is Mr.
Oh, no, my dear madam. Hold your tongue.
He does have a very smooth face. Like, very smooth.
That's probably why it bugs me.
Yeah.
I pride myself on my superior powers of recollection. Your name's all safely recorded in my brain attic.
Fucking
Like
brain
Mind
attic.
Palace, but it's
Not
just a brain attic.
But it's just a fucking Mind Palace, but it's just an attic. Oh my god.
So many cobwebs. Just
Yeah.
filled with
Oh,
cobwebs.
it's just filled with cobwebs. He does look like weirdly shiny.
Mr. Naruhodo.
No.
Miss Naruhodo.
He is making a mistake here.
And Mr. Susato.
He's making
Okay,
the
that's
mistake
actually
Miles
pretty
made.
funny. Yes.
Try the other way around, Mr. Sholmes.
I lose the first round.
You know, he also seems like a teenager because he's such a fucking gremlin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's such a mess.
Yes. In truth, I had hoped to invite you both to my bacon the day we arrived in London. But some Scotland Yarders ambushed me at the railway station and whisked me away to a crime scene. It was an entirely trivial case, of course. I say I'll solve the matter in no more than 30 minutes.
So they apprehended Seki-san in that short an amount of time?
I'm afraid the pursuance of a new case has dulled my recollection of my past involvements a little.
A little?
It is a mistake to think that one's brain attic has elastic walls and could extend to any extent.
Okay.
I do my best to forget useless facts, lest they should elbow out the useful ones.
This is the point
Damn.
in the BBC Sherlock where Watson makes fun of Sherlock for forgetting that the Earth revolves around the sun.
Right.
Because it's
And not him?
Because it's not useful.
Yes, those are my own words of inimitable wisdom, you know? for an adventure entitled A Study in Scarlet.
Ah, so you mean Iris's words of wisdom. Please, there's no need to quote yourself.
I don't always remember my pearls of wisdom, but fortunately my associate pens them beautifully.
He means Iris, I suppose.
Mr. Sholmes. I have some extremely important questions to ask you about the trivial case you just mentioned.
Goodness, what an earnest expression. My dear madam, I should be only too pleased, and this murky room is an apt place to discuss the murky case.
Nice. And it's also an apt time to end for the night.
Woo!
Remember all the key shortcuts to save the game. It's so hard.
You can come back to the gym.
I so badly want to see him and Iris interact now.
Yes.
Oh, please.
They
What
will.
is that dynamic?
They will. They gotta.
It's absolutely like she's the mom.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
Or I like the idea that like she is fully composed and great when she's on her own, but the minute two of them get together, they are just absolutely.
They're both like trying. They're both like yelling at each other,
together.
making deductions. Yeah.
They certainly bring out something in each other.
Right.
Best or worst? Who knows?
Right. But yeah, thank you guys so much for joining me tonight for the first part of Case 4. We'll maybe finish up the investigation next week. I assume we
This
talked
investigation part 1.
I assume we will finish talking to Sholmes, and there will maybe be another like branch to this investigation bit, maybe. After we finish questioning Sholmes about his brilliant deductions. So yeah, look forward to seeing that next Thursday. Next time I will be streaming is on Sunday. Alex will be joining me again for more Ultra Despair Girls. We'll be starting Chapter 2. And then Tuesday, more Dark Souls. We have 3 bosses left?
Let me think. 4.
4 bosses left. We're getting down there. We can count them on one hand. But we're getting there. So, tune in for that. Having a good time. Mostly having a good time. I am in the worst area. But it'll be fine. So yeah, thank you guys so much for joining me tonight. I hope you enjoy the rest of your night. And I'll see you next time. Goodbye, everybody.
Bye.
Miles, the fucking